Hello, hello, hello. How we doing? Omega, I hope you are well. Hope everyone is having a fantastic Wednesday. It is Wednesday, right? I'm pretty sure it's Wednesday. I feel like it's Wednesday. But I hope you're all good. We're back with a little bit more building today, although we are going to be changing things a little bit with the building moving forwards, I think. But we do need to get stuff done today. General gist though is we want to get what we have here finished. And then I'm going to do a few other bits and pieces. But I think instead of just kind of setting out a block of time to build, I think what we're going to do instead is when we get a room that is, or a part of a room that is finished, like we know everything that's in there is going to stay where it is and not be moved again, or have very little changes made to it, then we'll kind of block out a bit of time to build up that room. And then we'll do that with each of the sections rather than just saying, right, we're going to spend like a week or so just building now. Because I've got to admit, I am getting a little burnt out on the building already. I'm enjoying what we've been doing. It's been going well, but I am getting a little burnt out. Anyway, with that being said, we have got to make a start on, or a finish, I guess, on this bit. This is the bit that we're working on at the minute. We've got to do this little corner here. We've got to do this bit here. And then we've got to figure out how, I might actually leave this bit, but we still need to figure out how we're going to do the entryway here and connect all this up and what have you, so we haven't got the crap all over the ceiling. So that's the plan for today. We might also need to make a recipe for concrete because we've only got about 50-odd thousand left. Right. Okay, so this needs this around here. But hopefully you are all doing well today. I got a little bit more sleep. Well, I didn't get any more sleep, but I did sleep at a slightly more reasonable time. Yeah, only 50,000. Bearing in mind that we have used... when we started doing all the building, we had around about 150,000. So with all that we've got done so far, there's still a lot of the building to go. This is all taken around about 100,000. And we've still got a lot to do, so we will need more concrete soon. Not necessarily right now, but soon. Right, how else do we... I'm going to have to keep going backwards and forwards between the other side and this one. Just so I can get the symmetry there. At least on kind of the edges. Like, this end bit might be a little different on the other side, but... right, we do need... And see, this is a little bit weird over here. Like, this bit here is kind of... a little odd. The fact that, like, we aren't covering this... it just feels a little weird. Oh, no, maybe I'm wrong. Anyway, right, we need... kind of one block in from there. That needs to come over. Okay. How are you doing anyway, Zofa? Alright, so we want to be coming across. We can get rid of this, or most of it, and then we'll come across there. I should have done the, like, both sides, like, back to back. Without anything in between them. Right, and I think it's this height that we do the ceiling. So let's get the ceiling in now as well. At least on this bit. Oh yeah, we've got the ceiling at this height. Oh, how did I connect that up to there? I don't know, there's bits here that I really feel like we need to focus on, but probably not yet. Yeah, if we just do that... And we brought this bit down as well. There we go. All right. I brought that down. And this, I think I just had the green concrete all the way around the edge of it. Hey, Rallius. How you doing? I think this just came all the way around here. This is the wrong height, isn't it? That should have been on the bottom, not on the top. Well, alongside this, rather than on the top. I've still got to get rid of all of this lot. Like, I just keep putting that off. I know I'm going to need to do it soon. I pronounce it GIF. Even though I know it's supposed to be pronounced GIF. I pronounce it GIF. And we'll probably continue to do so. Right, I think that works. Okay, I pronounce it GUI rather than GUI, like some people do. We're doing some online shit posting with pronunciations. How's that been going down? To be fair, like usually with me, like pronunciations are quite a big thing. Like I like things to be pronounced properly. But with GIF and GIF, I don't know. GIF just doesn't sound right. It's a cleaning product over here, I think. How is it supposed to be pronounced then? I'm assuming GIS or GIS, just as GIS, like was the acronym is like GIS, but right, how do we do this? How do we do this? I'm kind of regretting putting these windows in now. I assume we have this around top as well. This is very awkward. Oh, no, I'm stuck in here as well. Right, what height does the... This is actually incredibly awkward. Like, so like, as in GIS, and then 20% like jizz. I think people just want to say the word jizz. I think that's pretty much just what it is. For some reason, they've got this weird, they may have this weird, obsession with just saying that word. Fuck knows why, but... right, so we've got... one block in, and then there's 3 space, then 2, then 3, then 2, then 3, then 3. Oh, this is going to be so awkward to do. This is not a good start. All right. So we've got the 1 block space there, then 3, and then there's going to be 2 blocks, and then 2 blocks, and then 1, 2, 3, and then there'll be 3 blocks, and then 3, and then 2. And then like that. So yeah, that works. That's good. Right, and then there would be the line across here. That'll be the top of where whatever the machines we had in there would go. Although I think I'm going to take that out for... Maybe not, actually. But then we need more cork blocks. That's one thing we do need. Let's grab a bunch of those. Right, I'm hoping to try and get this done relatively quickly today. I've got other bits I want to get to. And I am itching to get back to progress again. In large part because I want to get the fusion reactors built. Just because they look cool. You used how much Twitch says it was like, do you really want to say that on the second message, but not the first? Twitch is a little weird with its, well, everything, really. Okay, and then how do we go from there? I'm trying to think of other things that have got similar kind of pronunciation discrepancies, variations. Right, so I think we go up to there. And then we need framed slopes. So how did all this come about anyway, Alias? How does that connect up on these sides? Oh, so we don't have that additional bit around the edges of here, do we? Okay. So that can go. This doesn't need to be here. Oh, right. This doesn't go here either. This is a... that's done with... panels. I think it's I think I've got panels in there for that. Honestly, late night shit posting. I mean, it gives you something to do, I guess. Alright. And I think that goes... Do you love the community on Mastodon? What even is Mastodon? I know I've heard the name, but I have no idea what it actually is. Alright. So we'll be like that. Like that. Like that. I'm sure our Mastodon server is publicly available on like email. Oh, Mastodon is software to access the Fediverse social network that is properly decentralized and is used shorthand as the name of said network. Okay. Ah, where's my concrete gone? There it is. Okay. There we go. Right. And then I think we just bring these over to the far side, right? Were these always that reflective? I swear the concrete wasn't that reflective yesterday. I've never used Blue Sky. To be fair, I don't use anything that's... I don't tend to use a great deal in the way of anything that's kind of social media-esque. Like, Discord's about the only thing I use. It's probably not a good thing. Probably could do with being a little bit more aware of a lot of these things. Right, so all that can go across there. I think that's good. And these are actually need to be paneled. Asanan, hello. Hang on. Is today another progress day? I don't know. I do want to start making a little bit more progress in the actual pack. But we have got a lot of building that needs to get done as well. So I don't know. We're definitely getting this room finished and probably part of the EBF room. But I would very much like to... Oh, we might need to rethink some of this a little bit. I would very much like to get some actual progress done. Or at least some of the reorganization of things that I've been meaning to do for ages. Right, and where did I have... Where did I actually place the lights? Rabbit hole can... The rabbit hole will never go. The rabbit hole is always a thing. It is just... It will only grow. That's all the rabbit hole will do. Building progress is progress. Just not the... It's not quite the same as... Like, pack progress. If you get what I mean. Both are good. I don't know. I've been struggling a little bit to stay focused with the building. I think that's where I'm kind of running into problems. Like my focus with the building is not really there at the moment. Oh, I actually quite like that. We've got those open and we've got the little neon lights underneath. That was pretty good. Yeah, that's what we might do after. I want to get the EBFs. I want to at least figure out how we're going to do the EBFs. Because that's the one other part that we definitely have that is properly, I wouldn't say not finished, but it is closer to being finished, and the layout for it is more kind of finalized. Why don't I have any more framed slopes? I do not. I've only got 8 left. Okay. We will make some more. I wish we had a handheld version of the framing saw. That'd be nice to have. Right, so we want this to go up here. Ah, dang it. I could take the framing saw with me, but then I'd put it down somewhere, and I'd do the same thing that I keep doing with my my anvil and cell workbench. I'll put it down somewhere and then just forget where I left it. And just end up having to craft it, and I'll end up with about 30 of them. Yesterday you finished substation, plus output and laser arrow network, and import with EU peer-to-peer today. Your day started with, you make auto crafting now, but then you see on Matstream Advanced Connector. You can craft a little bit of signalum per hand and make the signalum overclocker. You could sidetracked again. That's those rabbit holes again, isn't it? You just start with the intention of doing one thing, and then you just get sidetracked. It's always the way. I still haven't quite figured out exactly how the placement of this works when you use the wand. I think it like kind of changes depending on where you aim. So like if we aim there, see there, I would have thought it would have placed sideways, like that. It's so weird. All right, where are those corp blocks? Rabbit sinkhole. To me, that's just GregTech in a nutshell, though. It's just a never-ending sea of rabbit holes. Well, I love it. See it. Why? Why can't you just place the way I want you to place? Why can't you just know what I want and then just do that? That'd be nice. All right. There we go. I think this room's actually going to be pretty quick to do, since we kind of had the design there already from the other side. Should be nice and easy. If I don't misplace the blocks consistently. Wait a second, I'm hearing weird noises. Just gonna place them manually. I'm hearing weird noises. I can't work out if they're coming from the game or if they're coming from the house. Yeah, it probably would have been, honestly. I think that, like, the main reason I was using the wand is I'm just trying to figure out, like, how it works. We actually don't want these here. We want these to be a little different, I think. Because we want to have the, I want to have the strip of the white anti-blocks up there. Alright, grab those. We haven't done this on the other side yet, although this is a little weird. Like with the way the... Oh, fuck, I forgot about that. This, I love the Omni Breaker, but the fact that it has that right-click action to it is a little frustrating at times. Because you can't kind of just hold your, what is essentially your pickaxe and place blocks while holding it. I don't, that's... I was power stuff they have yesterday on Aliens. Don't need now again, makes stuff for extraction with power or interdimensional transfer. For you, it's the power stuff. Now finish what you have started today. Power, once you get power sorted, like that's a large part of like most issues solved. Isn't it? It's like, it's just once you've got that sorted, you don't have to worry quite so much. That's why I think I'm just going to build... I don't know how many... quite a few Naquita reactors when we get to there. I'll have to see how much Naquadria I can make. For the minute, we're not making any. But if we can get like about 12 of those... 12 Naquita reactors, that should see us through for a decent chunk of time. At least until we get to the next tier of Naquita reactors. That would be the 12 Naquita reactors of the regular ones would be 36 amps. I think of ZPM. Which is a lot. I don't know how I feel about that. That just seems that's just off. And then there's a way we can fix that though, unfortunately. Not really. Alright. What do we still need to do? We're gonna need a shitload more anti-blocks. And we're gonna need a bunch of, I think, framed posts were what we used. Which we're gonna need a few more of those. Alright, what can I get rid of? Nothing really. I'm going to try and keep my inventory a little bit clear today, or at least a little bit clearer than it has been. But anything that we don't currently, like, need straight away, we'll just put back in the ME system. Ooh. Am I missing anything else from over here? Got to get the framed panels up there. Otherwise, it's just framed posts all the way along. I think there was a few bits... I think we don't have them underneath these, because I think I've got those kind of angled down a little bit. I think we do have them, like, all the way along here. I do wonder if I'm overdoing these anti-blocks a little bit, but they work so well in this kind of context. Okay, right. We need framed panels. I might have made a few too many framed posts, but that's fine. We will end up using them. Or we can just kind of turn them into something else. That's one of the things I love about framed blocks now as well, is that you can just... Like, if you make too much of, like, one type of kind of framed block, you can just turn it into something else. Whereas it used to be when you'd made it, that was kind of it. You made too many, you were stuck with it. If you accidentally made, like, 8 stacks of buttons or something, framed buttons, it's a problem. I don't know what we're doing in this bit yet. Well, this front bit, I think we'll have to figure out later. Hey, how you know? How's it going? Alright, so yeah, those drop down to that level. Okay. Are you doing alright? I'm glad to hear it. I'm also doing alright, I think. We might need to redo this bit on the other side. I've got to try and be somewhat careful with the amount of detail I put into here. But I don't want to go into the... I don't want to end up with the issue of just trying to put too much detail in. Which I have definitely been guilty of in the past. Try and put too much detail in, it kind of ends up being... looking considerably worse. There we go. I'm still not happy with this, but I don't think there's much I can do about it. Reese, how's it going? Reese, I did update... I did try updating the shaders. But looks so... Like, without... I'd have to do a bunch of tweaking, I think, to make it actually work, because... With the newer versions, it just looks kind of awful. Work finishing soon. Awesome. What's an EBF? Electric blast furnace. Yeah, that's with the default settings. This is what it looks like. So... Yeah, it kind of loses a lot of it. Like, I'd have to mess around with the settings to actually get it similar to what it was before. But we do at least have the advanced lighting in this, which is good. But I'd have to play around with the settings a little bit. Wait, no, we don't resource packs, do we? We want shader packs. I'll go back to that one. Yeah, the EBF is the electric blast furnace. I mean, I can have a play around myself anyway, and then if I struggle with it, I can you can have a go at it. You'll probably do a better job than me anyway. But that actually really didn't take that long to do, did it? We're still got to do the lamps at the top, but that's fine. Those shouldn't take long. And then the last bit we got to do in this area, for now at least, is the little corner bit with the grass. Throw some of the wall until something sticks. Yeah, that's pretty much my approach as well with stuff like that. Like, it would be nice to learn, like, exactly what each thing did. Wait. Oh, shit, I made inverted. Well, crap. I made the wrong thing entirely. Whoops. I wasn't paying attention. There we go. Right. It's not the first time I've done that, let's be honest, and it probably won't be the last. How do I connect that back wall? We're kind of on the verge of between kind of LUV and ZPM at the moment. All right, this actually, we need to remove a few of these. RNA2 connection on the autocrafting area done. No converters. No node stuff. No connectors placing and connecting together. Well, I'm glad you've got it pretty much sorted then, by the sounds of it at least. Alright, there we go. Now we've got this room that we can use for other stuff as well. It doesn't look awful. We do want to remove this, though. That away. Alright, there we go. So the last bit we're going to do is this little bit in here. I do really... Actually, we need to finish this side of there off as well. Yeah, it always, like, EU peer-to-peer is fantastic. Like, it's... Yes, you've got to pay a little bit of energy tax. Like, you've got to pay, like, 5% kind of energy tax on it. But... Just the fact that you're already going to have your ME system... or most people will have their ME system already kind of set up around their entire base. Not being removed from normal mode, Reese, just heavily nerfed. I.e., and when they say heavily nerfed, what I assume they mean is there's going to be a considerably higher energy tax on it. I'm assuming that's what they mean. Oh, wait, so did I do this like that? I'm confused what I've done here. Oh, no, that's right, that's fine. That's fine. Although we've got to do another one of these bits where I've got to figure out exactly what I did and try and mirror it. Matt was discussing it while I was considering using it. Honestly, I would advise Matt not to update past 0.12 at the stage he's at the moment. There's going to be a lot of breaking changes. Oh. Yeah, he's going to run into a lot of problems. Unless he... And the thing is, he can't even plan ahead. Because they haven't given an exhaustive list of what's changing. Is he still planning on using EU peer-to-peer then? Because I would hope not. Hey, Samedis. Like, EU peer-to-peer is great, but if his server is going to auto-update, he is going to have a lot of problems. And everything is going to break. Well, not everything, but lots of things. I think he's going to usually he's going to look into stopping the 0.13 update. I would recommend he did that personally. Like if he's able to do it, with the way he's got it set up. I feel like auto-updating is, like, kind of a recipe for disaster anyway, in my opinion. Because there's always, like, there's quite often, well, not always, but quite often you end up getting, like, breaking changes with updates that you just, they don't foresee. Can really screw things up. I'm doing the triangle things? Yes. Oh, do you mean these, you mean these bits? Yeah. There's, double slopes. That's one of the few things that there is, thankfully, what I need, like, the block that I need on there. Right, and then... I'm trying to remember how I did the rest of this now. Come on. One little bit there, there we go. Hard mode. Yeah, there's hard mode, expert mode, and normal mode. Have I screwed this up? I feel like I've screwed this up. That's not right, is it? Ah, yeah, I've done that. One block too low. Although, wait. I'm so very confused as to what I've done here. That should be... what? A Y93. Yeah, this is, all needs to be... go up by a block. Possibly. I honestly, I don't like using the copy paste gadget. I couldn't really explain why. I've never been a huge fan of it, and I will generally avoid using it where possible, especially for detailed things like this. I think the main reason. I think the main reason I dislike it is just that it kind of, when you're using the copy paste gadget, you've basically removed any chance of there being like happy little kind of Bob Ross style happy little accidents where you just kind of slightly screw something up when you're building it, but it actually works and it works out better than you would have intended. Like if you're using a copy paste gadget, then you've got no chance of finding those little things that like you didn't think about before, but then you just accidentally do. Doesn't always work out that way, but when it does, it's nice. Yeah, exactly. And those quite often end up being the best aspects of build. Hmm. Oh, no, that was right. That was right. I thought I had a slight inset on these bits, but I don't. How did I do that? Just a slab there and a slab there. There we go. Buddy, thank you for the posture check and the hydrates. I appreciate it. Got wrong when using it in the end. Hang on, builds. Anyway, how are you doing, buddy? But no, generally I will avoid it. It does take longer to do stuff like this, but I do prefer building this way. Right. Does that end up at the same place? Where's that? Y95. Y95. Yeah, that looks good. And you've also got, like, with, if you're doing less kind of futuristic-y kind of builds like this is, if you've got doing something more like, say, medieval or something that has less of a perfect kind of look to it, like, you can quite easily make kind of slight mistakes that add just like a little bit of variation, a little bit of life to the build. Well, the fact that I'm talking like I'm an expert on these things. I'm absolutely not. Okay. So that works. That's good. And we need frame panels. Have we done that? We've got... There'll be 4 blocks, including that. So 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, that needs to be panels as well. As does that. And that. Right. You're a big medieval dwarven style. Never really got out of the style. It's a like Minecraft is kind of built for that kind of style, really. Let's be honest. It does work really well generally, but you can't get too far wrong with it. Have I got corner pillars? Yeah, there we go. Okay, now I've got to figure out how I did the little kind of shrubbery in the corner. This one's a pain in the ass to do. So we start in line with this pillar. Before we do that, let's just make the blocks that we need. Alright, so we need... Got to find the right thing again now. Just out of curiosity, how many people here actually kind of like to spend time building? I don't know. Not everybody enjoys building. There we go. That's what we need. Minecraft is roughly 7 times the size of our blue cosmic marble. And yeah, you've very rarely got all that many people living in it, so there's plenty of space. Let's just make a bunch of these. But you've got no excuses for not doing it. Right, so we start there, right? All right, yeah. These are so awkward to place. That way now? Yeah, that way. I think we go one more over, don't we? Like there? Yeah, that works. I need a bunch more frame panels. I think that's all of those ones that I need. Enjoy building, but it's trying to get yourself to build in the first place that's a problem. It can be difficult. Like, I struggle with it quite a lot as well. Like I think the biggest thing is it's very time consuming. I don't mind. I find it a lot easier if I'm on the rare occasions that I'm playing vanilla to build. Because vanilla, you don't have the same kind of... Ah, crap, I got rid of all those, didn't I? Oh, no, I didn't. No. You don't have this... You don't kind of have the distractions that you have in modded. It's like in vanilla, you don't have... Like, it's not a progression-based mod pack, so you're not having to kind of split your time between progressing in the mod pack and building. Like, yes, you've got a little bit of the kind of the techie stuff in with like vanilla redstone, but at the same time, you just generally have far less distractions. It's one of the things I love about building in vanilla. Ah, dang it, that's the wrong one. It's a lot more. Plus, there's less kind of decision paralysis, I think, with vanilla, because like in modded you've got so many different options for blocks that you got so many different options that you just kind of get like stuck in that. Oh, do I use this variation of cobblestone or this slightly different variation of cobblestone? Watch the stream inside Monifactory, include water. Wait, water frames? Oh, what even is this? Oh, okay. No, don't Freefall. Why did you have to go and show me that? Now I want to go and mess around with that and see what that's all about. Damn it. Oh, no, I'm not going to. We've got building to do. We have other stuff that needs to be done. I'll look at it later. How you doing, Freefall? I am kind of cute. Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Hold on. How do we make these? Right, so it's frame. So I have no idea what this mod is. Oh, that's cool. Uh-huh. So does that change the, I'm assuming that changes the size of the image and not the... Okay. I think it does, by the looks of it. So, can you connect multiple of these together? Hold on, let me repost that. I was always going to flag that, unfortunately. So what's the, when you do the local, what's it actually connecting to? And how are you managing to watch the stream on it? Does it, like, what do you actually need to do in terms of... How does that work exactly? I wasn't sure if that was just for, like, I wanted to see if they connected together for a start, like, regardless of whether they have a thing in there or not. I did want to see if they would work as connected things. It does not. But yeah, I did see the size. But I didn't know whether, again, I didn't know whether this was to do with, I haven't got, if I had a link off, like, off the top of my head, like, I would do that, but I just kind of want to see exactly how the rest of this works first. Hold on, so if we did that to say 4x4, and actually change it. Okay, hold on. I'm not on Linux. Is why should I follow image aspect ratio? Not so, not. Okay. Well, this is the thing. Like, I bear in mind that I'm kind of figuring this out as I go, and I do like to experiment and try things out as I go. I need a link to an image of some description. Hold on, I know what we can do. Hold on. Will it accept just any media? I'm guessing no. Does it have to be... When it says any media, like, insert any media thing, I'm just trying to find an image online at the minute. Oh, so you do have to click the save icon. Aha, there we go. So if you did that, helps if you click save, church. Aha, okay. I don't know why it's got the weird color on the background. There we go. It's my usual thing that I post. Oh, yeah, it might be the... No, that doesn't seem to have made a difference. I wish it gave you like an indication of what these actually did. Oh, images alpha channel. Hold on. So we can make it transparent as well, which is kind of cool. That's more like it. It's the brightness. Change the brightness down a little bit. There we go. Hold on, it's not big enough. Oh, fuck's sake. Right, so if we do that, that changes that. Ah, there we go. This is the book that The Quietest Girl wrote and published. She's an author, yeah. She hasn't. I don't think she's written anything new in a while. I've been trying to get her to make a to write a prequel for this. It's a good book. Yeah, Quiet wrote this. Can I move this? There's no way to kind of like move it up. Is that I can rotate it? It seems. Obviously hasn't got any sound. You can. Flip XY. I'm assuming that just will just kind of flip the image. There we go. Right. That can stay there. We'll see if Quiet notices that later. Right, we just need some leaves. Probably a few. I think the other one we did a few framed. If we grab some corner pillars and some framed panels. That would be kind of interesting. Like, how you said you were watching the stream on it. How did you manage to get it to do the like a Twitch URL? I'm guessing you can't just put the Twitch URL itself in. How long till Quiet notices? I mean, she's probably not here at the moment. She's probably at work, but... Oh, you can just put a Twitch URL in. Hold on. I'm glad I made more of those screens. Hold on. Is Matt still live? Or has Matt ended now? Oh, he's ended. I was going to put Matt's stream up. Then you can watch somebody else playing this.
Hey, yo, fuck you, Chuck. I'm always here.
Hi, Quiet. How's work? And thank you for the 100 bits as well. I appreciate it. I don't know how that got there, Quiet. Ren's live, is he? Hold on. So will that work? Commercial break in progress. Okay. So we don't have to watch the ads at least. We just get a nice colourful background.
I think that's line chalk.
There he is. Hold on, let me pause the music. Oh no, fuck off with your commercial break.
I think that's line chalk. That is 1,
I can hear him just about. Hold on.
5, 6, 7, 8.
Can we get it to...
Got Oregon Trail. I've got that many fucking games. I don't know.
There we go. We can get it to do the...
Don't know.
There we go.
Yet.
We can just stick Ren up in the
Oregon Trail
background.
Can't be anything compared to some games I've played. It can't be anything.
This is incredibly weird. I like it though. But yeah, there you go. We'll just sit here and we'll just watch some other Minecraft content while we're playing Minecraft.
I might have got it. What day we are? We're on Wednesday.
Yeah, it will probably be.
I don't think so. Anyway, a little peek. No, I don't want to update. Don't want to update. I don't want to buy that. So store. What's free?
Hold on.
I got them. So Oregon Trail.
There we go.
G
Perfect. We'll just sit here and watch Ren.
That should take me all the way up.
It's probably, to be fair, it's probably some of the sounds.
I didn't.
That's a little better.
Okay.
There we go. Wait, how do I get rid? Oh god, I can't even see it now. I don't even know where it's gone. It should be in the center, right? So it'll be somewhere around. No, not there.
I probably didn't. I looked at it and was like, yeah.
Chat, where is it? Oh god.
Yeah, every Thursday, Kyo.
There we go. That's quite cool, actually. No, we're not going to put any other copyrighted content on because we will get I can't say demonetized, but we will get probably flagged for it. Anyway, right, we've got this bit done now, like the far side. Let's go and have a quick look at the EBFs and what we're going to do over there. And then I do want to start working on some actual progress. That was a nice little I look at Ren's. Oh god! Wait! Why was I looking at Ren's stream? I can't. Why am I looking at Ren's stream? I'm gonna get adverts, aren't I? Why was I looking at Ren's stream? Quick! Hurry up, damn it! I'm gonna get adverts, aren't I? Why was I looking at Ren's stream? Indeed, Ren. Streamception. Damn it.
Wow.
Give it a second. We should get a proper streamception in a minute. Oh no, he's gone back.
All of that for that fucking hell.
Oh, it's fun. Anyway, right. Now that we've been sidetracked enough. That was incredibly trippy. Right, we've got to figure out what we're doing over here now. Alright, no worries, Quiet. We'll still be here when you get back. Probably watching somebody else's stream again at this rate. Alright, so we've got to find some way of kind of like framing all of this. And making it look somewhat nice. I think what we kind of want to do... And I think I am probably going to have this so we can add one more. I think we can. I think we have actually technically got the space to add one more EBF in here. We'll lose a little bit of space down here, but otherwise should be good. And then we can have, it'll be 4 on the first ones, but then like kind of 3 sets of 3 EBFs on the others. So I guess that would come across there. Again, you can make a new lens. There's always more lenses. I think, how many have we actually got on our thing at the minute? Like, all these are being used, so we've got, what, 2, 4, 8, like, we've got 10 different lenses so far. So many lenses. Okay, so how can we make this look good? We're probably going to have to change this around a little bit. And do something different with this. Slightly. Possibly. We're not going to need much in here, but we're just going to have to... Something that's going to make this look good. Now... I don't know if I want to leave these here, or whether I want to have like a... Alright, go for it then, man. I might have to check it out later. Speaking of... Oh, that was Reese. I was working out trying to work out who the other DM was from. Because obviously, when you're streaming and you're in streaming mode, it kind of shortens all of the names. So I wasn't sure who it was at first. It's like, who the fuck is that? Attempt to getting all the stuff for the IV circuits at 6 different items. Why using not the SOC wave for it? Oh, what for which don't you need the HPICs or you? Is it HPICs or UHPICs for the IV circuit? The ones which use the SOCs. Oh wait, is that? Oh, is that LV? Sorry, I read that as IV because it's a lowercase L. I read it as IV. Yeah, that I need to switch over to using that as what the SOCs. I still, that's another thing I still haven't done. Right, let's just cover those over for a moment. And we can move those out to the front. I kind of don't want a full block here though. Like, I feel like having a full block there, it'll block off like some of what we can see up at the top there. But I'm not sure how else we can do this without it looking weird. Because we want to be able to stand down here and still be able to see kind of like the EBFs at the top. We could use panels, but then the problem with using panels is these won't fit the panels. That's the downside to them. Out there first one. We've used panels. Bit like that, and then you've got that bit behind there, which you can cover. Using facades on those is fine. That's not a problem. But like I wanted it to be kind of brought out a little way from the top of here. Like not quite a full. Doesn't need to come out a full block. So if it comes out a full block, if you stood down here, like you can't really see too much of the top. And I kind of want to be able to see, like at a glance, like if I'm down here, I want to be able to see the EBFs at the top as well. Oh, the wallboards. The wallboards do, but I don't think the wallboards are going to give... They literally give like 1 pixel of depth. Like, it just doesn't add... Like, you can barely notice it. So it needs to be something a little bit thicker than that. But then we still run into the problem of having... these. If I had these... If we could have these like a little further apart, there's a bunch of options we would have had. To make it interesting. But since they're so close together... you know what, I think I am going to take this with me this time. Since they're so close together, there's not too many options. Good morning. How you doing? That's kind of what I wanted to do, Reese. But the problem is, like, it kind of works on the sides. If you had, say, I don't know if these can go sideways or not. Yeah, if you had something like that, or like it's shorter, but then what do we do in these bits? Oh wait, I've just had a thought. I've had a thought. Hold on, something like that. And then do we have those still? But we try not. We don't worry so much about connecting it up in the middle here. We just have this as. Something like that. And then we just use facades. We might have to do a little bit more with this, but we just use facades on these. And that way we get a little bit of depth. Hey, Tarlin, how are you doing? Yeah, that's what I'm kind of thinking at the moment. The only thing is, we need to get some kind of lighting or lighting strips across here, and I don't know if... wait, what do we need? We need that, I don't know. I don't know if this will work with the... I don't think it'll look right if we just use anti-blocks in here. Like, that to me just looks kind of weird. I guess... Hold on. We want to get some kind of lighting in here. Just something like that, maybe. Obviously, we're not going to have this completely filled yet either because we haven't got all the EBFs. And that's going to be weird if we do that. So we need to put that there first. Then get rid of it. Frame strips with glowstone. We wouldn't use glowstone, but we'd probably use the anti-blocks. I could apply glowstone to the frames, but I like my lighting. Whenever I do lighting, I like it to be visible. It's always like fairly important for me to have the lighting visible. And have the light source visible. I just, to me, that just always looks nicer. I'd be using a fully solid frame cube so far. Yeah, exactly. Like I like to see where my light source is coming from. It just, I think to like, for me, it just kind of like adds just a little bit more to the build. It just makes it look just a little bit nicer. Although I'm still not overly happy with this. I would have preferred this to have been like a flat strip across here. Distillation or brewery recipe with redstone for lubricant. I'd use the brewery recipe, honestly. Although it depends how abundant redstone is in hard mode, I guess. I'm pretty sure that's the recipe I'm using. The distillery, you're losing... Like, if you're using creosote, you're losing 50% of it. Whereas if you put it in the brewery, it's basically a one-to-one. Like, 1 bucket of creosote to 1 bucket of lubricant. I'm still not happy with this. I've got to be very careful here as well that I don't break my EBFs. What? Instantly breaks it. I got to be really careful here that I don't break this. Oh shit, I broke it. Welcome back, Quiet. Go just finished a large task at work. You need to check the owner and the address of over 80 properties. Damn. Yeah, the easy way. See, is that an easier? Is it really an easier way though? But that's fair. Like whichever you have the resources for. Like the way I do it is not necessarily going to be the way that works best for you. That's always going to be the case, I guess. What about if we used... Oh, I actually didn't realize I could rotate that with that. Bollocks. I can't even remember what this is making now. What are you making? You are making HSSG. Right, what if we used... Would anti-blocks work as a facade? And would they still emit light? No. No, they don't. And that looks awful. Okay, that was a bad idea. That didn't work. Damn it, quiet. Is that payback for me putting Ramilla up on the wall? We're also going to have to think about what we're going to do for the bits that don't have anything in them yet. Oh, I think I want to add a little bit more kind of angling into this. Like, you know, we've got like all the various different kind of angles on things in the, and that's part of the other build. Guess we can, it would be nice to have similar kind of thing here. Just to make it a little bit more interesting. We can do some bits like kind of arching over the top of here as well. Right, okay, so what else have we got that we can use here? for making for basically adding light strips to it, but preferably a little bit bigger than the dynamic edge lights. The only thing I can think of is the corner pillars, but I feel like no, that's not going to work. It's not a corner pillar we need. Slab edges. These are going to be, yeah, those are going to be way too big though. I don't think we've really got anything else that will work here. There's the corner strips, but I'm going to go ahead and assume that these are going to be basically the same kind of thing. Oh, they're actually a little brighter than the other bits. Oh, you know what we can do? Hold up. Hold up. We don't use the white anti-blocks. If we go with... If I can spell. Go with these instead. How are these going to look? Not sold on that. How about the green? Neither of them really work, do they? Can I use trapdoor then? In which bits? In which bit specifically? Oh, actually, we can make these a little bigger as well. Oh, no, we can't. We can make them a little bigger on one side. We want them a little thicker than just a trapdoor kind of size. I wanted them to be a little thicker than that. Otherwise, they just seem like too insubstantial. I think that's okay. Let's just see what it looks like when we've got it on the other side as well. I wish I could find a better way to kind of separate this off, though. In these areas where we've not got anything in there yet. There will eventually be stuff in there, but we just haven't quite got to it yet. Distillation works for you at the moment. Better is only one resource. There's on pass over 4 wood tar HP distillation towers. I mean, if you've got the resources for it, then why not? I mean, it makes sense to do it that way at that point. Alright, let's get... these in here. And we'll find some way to kind of separate these off. Short rest check, time to unpack the groceries and unpack the new headset. Oh, you managed to find one then? That's good. I'm guessing still no reply from the people who, the kind of the manufacturers of your other headset? Oh, this is going to have to change as well, actually. Right. Do I have a facade I can put on there? We will probably be adding to this later today anyway. For right now, I think this should work. And this should work if we, like, no matter how many EBFs we have in kind of each of these sections. I do need to do some slight changes to the bottom, though, so that will need to be concrete instead of bits. Also might get rid of that. And do... Oh, actually, that's probably going to be a better idea anyway. Hold on. Let me... No, not those. Well, Fabulous Customer Service, you came, described the problem, and went out with a new headset. Wait, hang on. As I said 2 times before, they took it in at the store and gave you a new one. I... Right. I don't know if I prefer that or not. I think I prefer it on this side. But I think we still want just the regular slopes on the rest of it. I could have sworn I'd already put those, the frame block, the kind of the blocks into those. Apparently not. Oh, never mind. What would have been really nice if we had some way of basically just cutting out the middle bit of a block and just having a thin strip along that. That would have been really nice. How's my FPS doing anyway? Not great, but could be worse. I'm gonna need more concrete though. Your main regret upgrading to a 4K OLED, more difficult to get a high FPS. I wish I could get a 4K OLED. Or just anything better than I've got at the minute would be nice. I feel like it would be nice to have like these lamps along here, but I don't know. I don't think these will work as facades. Certainly not with... Nope. Can't use those as facades. Oh, that's actually a little frustrating. I quite like to have it like that. Like these lamps in front of the distillation towers look really nice. But unfortunately, we can't do them here because we've got these. I wish I had a better place to put these as well. I feel like the other option would have been if we moved these up by 2 blocks and then we had... So we'd have 3 blocks of space like there, and there, and then we'd have... This would be for what was in the lower one, and then we'd have the one for the upper one above it, and then you'd have like the strip down the middle as well. But I feel like that would make it just a little bit too tall. I feel like that full block to half block slabs on the left and right would be nice. Full block to half block slab on the left and right. How do you mean? Right, left is relative to where I'm facing. Right, if I'm facing the EBFs... Oh, you mean on that side? And then I'll put... Oh, in these bits. Okay. Wait, which other type, though? Which other type are we talking? Actually, the only thing I can think of... Are we talking the, like, using, like, the wall boards? The very left middle part will be full block to slab piece. Do you mean, are we talking these full block to slab? I don't know if that'd work. I'd only be against the pillars. Oh, I think I know the bit. So, hold on. I could have sworn I had these facing sideways before. I definitely had these facing sideways. What the shits? Oh, we can do those ones. I don't like the full block there. Anyway, I don't think that's going to work. It's going to look a little too chunky in that bit. What could work, though, if we did want to get more of a kind of light strip in here, this might be a place where trapdoors might actually work. I don't really like using trapdoors, but there's not really much else that's... Mostly, the main reason I don't like using trapdoors is just because, like, if you accidentally click them, you open them, and then they're just annoying as hell. But if we have just, like, if we could have had that, like, just a little bit thicker. Like, that's like a third of the thickness of that, I think, isn't it? It's not quite half. If we could have had that half the thickness, it might have been okay. Well, because the monitor at the top is for the one above it. Like, we started off with them at the bottom. Like, the only thing we could do now is if we moved all of these up by 3 blocks and then had them either side. Well, it's not quite it's 1/3. It's about 1/6 of a full block. So it's about a third of that, which is half a block. But yeah, it's a little frustrating. Yeah, we have the monitors for them below them. I don't want them at the top because if we have them on the top for both of them, then the monitors for these would be like way up here, and we just wouldn't be able to read them from down here. Like, they're tricky enough to see properly as it is from here. But I don't hate this. I think this works. I don't think we need to try and find any other way to do it at the moment, at least. Right. I still don't like this either. I don't think that actually works. I wanted it to be... I didn't want it to be the same as the sides, but I think it kind of needs to be. Otherwise, it's just not going to work. Fuck's sake. I don't know, with so many different bloody things in my inventory now, trying to find the right one is becoming difficult. Corner slopes? Do you mean on these bits? Corner slopes won't really work though, will they? Because it's not a corner. And I don't want to put anything in here. I want this to, I want to kind of keep this strip here. Do need to do this one, though. That one. Oh, right. I think they might be a little too small. We'll give it a try, though. I can find them. Again, can't find stuff in my inventory. No, that's a slab edge. Ah, there they are. I think the thing that's going to put me off this is, like, it just looks... It doesn't look right. That good, Reese? Yeah, it's a little on the small side. I wish we could have a way of having like a strip down the center of this. Like just with like a quarter block that side, quarter block that side, and then just a gap in the middle. But there's nothing like that, unfortunately. Is there anything? I'm trying to find some way to make this a little more interesting. Right, I'm going to get rid of some of this crap in here that we don't need right... Well, I'm just going to get rid of everything in here that we don't need right this second. And then we'll just grab it out of the ME system again when we need it. If we can find it. I don't think these are... I wish if we could have something a little thicker than these, that would be great. Like something that just showed like a tiny bit through there. Haven't really got anything that's kind of between this and a full block, though. Any other thing that might work would be a framed wall. But that doesn't really change much. It just connects at the back, that's all. Although, I don't hate that. I just wish it was... I'm trying to find a way... Basically, I'm trying to find a way that these lights here are a little less intrusive. Oopsie-daisy. Ah, that's not going to work either. I was hoping I could... that's not going to work. Dang it. Well, what I would have liked to have done would have been to have the center of this kind of cut out and inset slightly and have lighting behind it. But there's no way to do that within a single block. I want there to be a small amount of lights, kind of preferably in the center of the pillars, but I could live with it behind if need be. No center waste block. Not that I've seen. There's nothing that leaves a gap in the center. What are the green frame blocks called? Oh, these ones. Heat-proof invar machine casings. Hold on. Not quite what I'm wanting, but I'm kind of curious about these. It's gonna be still gonna leave a little bit too much light bleeding through. If we could have this with just a smaller bit in the center, that'd be great as well. But that from the side, this just looks weird. I feel like this is something that you'd want inside a wall rather than as a pillar. Yeah, it's not looking like there is much else here. What about the thick lattices? Like, how thick are we talking with the thick lattices? Basically just pillars. Yeah, not overly happy with that. Right, let's get the rest of this in here before I start messing around too much. Would you please stop getting rid of my Omni Breaker, please? There's not a way that I can blacklist it from doing that, right? No, you can only like whitelist things as far as I can tell. Okay. And then we are going to want to bring pillars or supports across. Not there. Right, let's get a ceiling in quickly as well. Just so we can kind of enclose this off and make it a little easier to see how things are going to look. Okay. So, I need more corp blocks. Fill these out. Oh, I need the slope in there as well. Alright, what do we need? We need everything. All of the things. Mostly those, though, for right now. Oh, come on. We're gonna run out. How many do we need? 2, 4, 6. 6 more? We need concrete. And then we need the light strips as well, don't we? Uh, where are they? Frame corner strips. And anti-blocks. Alright. Oh, I did need, still need one more frame slope, didn't I? We're actually almost out of. Chisel and bits and struggling with getting the block look you want? Yeah, no chance I'm using chisel and bits. I really don't like chisel and bits. I used to. I used to love it, but now I don't know, I find it more of a distraction than anything else. Plus, with chisel and bits, you can't get angles. Not really, anyway. You can get kind of blocky angles, but not actual angles. Hmm. Those were the non-lit ones, weren't they? That's the one we needed. Well, I think that needs to go higher. I don't want that to be at that kind of height, I think. Well, not entirely sold on this, but see how this is going to look. I'd like to have had a bit of a border around this as well. I don't know if we can actually make that work, though. No, not the way I want it to. Hmm. Right there. Right. Now I have to bring that up. And over there somehow, although that might need to be a little lower. Potentially. We've got even less space here than we had in the other room. That's a point where I'm kind of, once again, kind of wishing I actually didn't have a center block here. We're trying to find something for this bit is... Actually, that doesn't look too bad. That doesn't look awful. I think this, once we get this done, this might be the last little bit of building for now. I want to get back to actually doing some of the improvements that I've been wanting to do. We did have a whole long list of them. And so far, we haven't really got to any of them. That. And then what we need to do is be able to make a staircase down here up to these bits. That might be a job for later. Nah, I'm not sold on this. I don't really like those lamps in the middle. I kind of like the overall idea I like, but not the lamps themselves. I'm actually not sure about that quite. I think it might do. But I'm not sure. It depends where it stores the data for it. Whether it's if it's stored on a per person basis rather than a per world basis, then obviously it will transfer over. Ah, that looks a little bit more kind of like what I wanted to go for. And an update doesn't have light grey anti-blocks. There's not many colours for anti-blocks, really. There's what? Blue, cyan, green, magenta, orange, red, white, and yellow. That's it. Although, what actually I didn't realise is that we actually have anti-block slabs as well. I didn't actually notice any of this stuff before. I'd only really... Oh, wait, is that anti-block? Pressure plates as well. What? Why pressure plates? Of all things. But... Right, and the other bit we want is... more of the framed pillars, which we don't have too many of. Do we want to do pillars, or... I think actually we want to do the posts, don't we? This. Right, so if we grab... I think that feels a little bit more like what I'd had in mind for up the top. Let's just grab some of those and turn them back into regular framed slopes. I want to make this top bit up here a little more, like this transition between here and the roof a little more interesting. Right. We need more frame slope edges, I think, as well. How are you doing, by the way, Tribble? Ooh. It's going to be a little different, aren't they? And again, what would have been really nice to have had would have been have the center of this bit here, like just in the kind of middle strip of there with light, and then not had those ones in the middle. That's to be home from work. All right. I think that looks all right. We're slowly getting stuff. The only thing that we don't have in here that I wish we had was a little bit more color. I don't really know where we'd fit it in, though. Oh, actually, maybe. Hold on. What we could potentially do... Right, well, if I use the wand here... Ah, it will. Good. Don't have to place a block behind them. We do that... Oh, fuck. Okay, that's maybe a little bit much. I was hoping we could see just like a little strip of it. Guessing it wouldn't work any better up there. Oh, no, it does. That's perfect, in fact. That's actually pretty much exactly what I wanted. Depending on where you stand, you can see kind of more or less of it. I think that works. What was your idea, Reese? That does need to go there. Right, we need more anti-blocks. All right. Bionic coils. Is that going to make a difference, though? To what we're doing now? Is that something I need to think about for later on? Oh no, we're not basing any of this based on the coil colors. They don't really matter. They're all pretty much the same color when they're turned on anyway. Like none of this is based on actual coil colors. The fact that we're likely to change most of these out at some point or another. We don't kind of want to worry too much about that. We're just kind of using things based on the color scheme that we've used everywhere else. It should still look fine. Hopefully. If it doesn't, we can cross that bridge when we come to it. Right, I need more framed panels. 50 extended pan providers finished. Much more than you have already. Wait, what do you need 50 panel, 50 pan providers for? Is this just for use in everything, or are these specifically for something? Have a good base. Thank you. It's coming together slowly. We're getting there with it. Welcome to the stream as well. I think as far as it needs to go. Actually, I guess we can do that as well. Yeah, you definitely do have to kind of cover these over and not have them too visible. Am I right in thinking that we didn't have this much... These weren't as reflective before? Right, I'm not going nuts, right? They definitely weren't that reflective before. Yeah, that's kind of why we're trying to use these ones very, very sparingly. and only in places where you can see kind of bits of them. Like that, you can just see a little strip of it. And then depending on how you move. This is one thing I love with like kind of lighting and just kind of color variations and things is when you like having it so when you move around and like from different angles, it will show different amounts and it'll look different from kind of varying angles. 11 extruders, different circuits on assembler, lathe bender. Oh, okay, yeah, fair enough. Yeah, the shader pack definitely makes it a lot brighter. These seem a lot less bright now, though. Like when you put them inside the in these, like these seem to retain their lights and the kind of the bloom and the brightness from them, but these don't. When you put them in the frame blocks, it's kind of weird. I think they still look alright, but not quite as good as I'd hoped. Do we want to put the ceiling lights in there as well? I don't know if we need those or not. I don't think so. Well, they retain some of it. Like you can see if we go over to over here. This is actually something I haven't copied over to the other side yet. But yeah, this is when they're not in the frame blocks. That's when they are. It's kind of, they lose a lot of their, vibrancy, I guess. Still there. What's that? It's not got much of a distance that you can see it from, though. Like, it disappears by that point. Alright. Anyway. I think that will do with the EBF room for now. It doesn't match the palette, no, but it's a good advertisement for a good book. So, you know. We do still need to figure out what we're doing on these bits here, since obviously we don't want to leave this as glass because it just looks kind of weird. At least we don't want to leave all of it as glass. So if we get rid of those... Get rid of that. I kind of want to move the where we've got these frame blocks as well. Bring that up to there. I still kind of like the idea of... like having these... This is something we need to fit in here somewhere. Kind of have like little light columns like that. It would just be nice if we could fit something in the middle of those. It's like a pillar or something. But it's a real pain to actually place them like that, because if you just do them like that, they don't have the front bit on there, which isn't awful, but I don't know, I do quite like that though. Just feels, something doesn't feel quite right about it though. I have to play around with that, I think. Right, and then we just have that in there. Yeah, I want to move these frames to the other side. So we've got this on the walkway side. Stop breaking shit. Or stop breaking the wrong shit, could I say. And then we need... I actually quite like that as well. I like the, like, just seeing like just a little bit of the light kind of bleeding up through there. Okay. Right, okay, on that note, I'm going to take a short break. I'm actually early for once, but we've just about finished that, so there's not much point in starting something new right now. So let's go and take a short break. I will leave you... If we can... There we go, perfect. I will leave you staring at that. I'm going to go and take a short break. If you have been sat down for a little while yourselves, I do suggest you do the same thing. Just get up, wander around, use the bathroom, whatever you've got to do. Don't go too far, though, because I will be right back. I am going to run some ads during the break, but I will only ever run these during the break, so you shouldn't miss anything. But I will see you all in just a moment. And I think we're actually going to get on with some actual kind of, some of the other bits and pieces we need to do around the base before I kind of get kind of too caught up in the building again and get burnt out on that. Anyway, I'll be right back. All right, everybody, I'm back. Thank you all for sticking around during that break. I do greatly appreciate it. Right, where were we? Let me just... Now that I've had a few seconds to get kind of move away from here, let me have a look at how this looks. Omega, thank you for the hydrates and the posture check. Those are appreciated. Then this looks okay. I'm still not happy with these pillars, though. I feel like these needs some work doing to them. I just don't know what yet. Chloe! How are you doing? How was the stream? What were you up to? God, I forgot. I feel like we can do something better here. I feel like we can. How was the stream, Chloe? And everybody, make sure you go and hit the follow button. I'm not sure what you're playing at the minute, Chloe. You did mention something the other day, but I can't remember what it was. Right, this... Hold on. Let me just try a few more... We'll get to stuff soon. Let me just try a few more things out. And thank you for the welcome back, Tribble. I know what I'm looking for. Is that what I'm looking for? Ah, yeah, it doesn't go in the center, though, does it? So fun, spent 2 hours playing Other Mass 10 Sky on server with friends. Ah, nice. How is it going? Yeah, I don't think I'll... Wait. Wait. Whoa, wait. Ah, it's not what I thought it was. It's such a weird shape. Hmm. You got an infinite lava source set up using craters you got bored of building? I'm assuming the nether isn't filled with lava, so you can't... I'm guessing you can't just do the stick a pump down in the nether kind of deal. Right, I think what I'm going to do... Anything that isn't like the full blocks... Just turn everything into buttons and then put them all together. That'll work. Just avoid nether, unfortunately. Otherwise, it would have taken 45 minutes. Yeah, it's kind of nice and easy to do that when you've got it the option there. Okay. Oh. Let's get back to some of the stuff that we needed to do. We did have a whole clipboard of stuff we needed. Oh yeah, we did find out that we can actually watch streams within Monifactory, which is quite cool. Let's put that there. Hang on, who is live at the moment? I'm curious. Hold on. I guess we could... Hang on, let me try... Let's just put my own channel in here. I'm curious. There it is. Hold on. Oh god, no, hold on. Can I turn the sound off? Mute. Hang on, let me try. Mute. There we go. It's me. Zedek, how are you doing? Oh, that's weird. That's kind of weird. Give it a minute to catch up. Didic, how are you doing? Wait, where is it? I feel like it stopped somewhere, and it just seems like it's repeating now. Oh, yeah, it's repeating like 28 seconds worth of it. So you can't actually watch the stream. It looks like it's just repeating like 28 seconds worth of it, and that's it. Ah, it kind of sucks. Anyway, right. Where's my clipboard? We've got stuff we've got to do. Right, so the distillation towers are now done. I think I want to get this bit sorted out now. The sorting out like all of the gases. What about the TV version? I assume it will be exactly the same. We'll try it though. How big of a TV is a big TV? Ooh, hello. Assume it will be exactly the same. Ah, no, don't want to listen to me. There you go. You just got me on the TV now. Yeah, it's effectively a Twitch clip, it seems. I think it will, at that point, it will just stop. Oh, maybe not. Pretty much mega, yeah. There we go. We can now fit a TV on there. I might say, like, so I did want to have I did have an idea to put a bunch of redstone lamps and emitters up there for various different resources. Definitely Streamception now. Anyway, right, we have a TV. Let's just put the TV. I have no idea where. I can't see anything while I'm trying to hold this. There you go. Just stick the TV down there for now. You've done the maths, and your host probably is generating 2,250 buckets of lava a second. What do you need so much lava for? Jesus. That's a lot of lava. Sorry, Omega. Well, if it's affecting people's motion sickness, let's not do that. How much lava a tick? That's a lot of lava. Right. Okay. So now that my head's kind of in building mode still now, so I'm trying to get back into the focus of actually doing stuff. Right, so we're looking, basically what we want to do now is make sure we have enough of all the basic gases. So oxygen, hydrogen, nitrogen, chlorine. What was the other one? Fluorine as well was another one we use a lot of. We want to make sure we've got like decent setups for all of these. Yeah, to be fair, I can see why that would be a little weird. You want to solely use lava power for your playthrough? I mean, it seems like it will be possible. You connected an HV cable to an EU pit, to a EV peer-to-peer. Yeah, I've forgotten to switch over energy hatches before when I've switched over power. So like I've switched I've had like an EV energy hatch in there, and then switched over the peer-to-peer to IV without before I've changed the energy hatch, and the energy hatch went bye-bye. At least I didn't have to break it to get rid of it, I guess. That's something. Anyway, right. Oxygen. What is our best method of renewable oxygen? Honestly, I kind of feel like... I mean, we're going to be getting quite a bit from the distillation towers anyway. I do need to upgrade this to at least EV. I think I might do this to IV. And then we'll be getting like 11 buckets every 25 seconds, which isn't amazing, but it's something. We'll also be getting more argon as well, which would be nice. That's one option for oxygen. Electrolyzing water is always an option, although not a great one. I feel like silicon dioxide might be the way to go. So silicon dioxide, we can basically just electrolyze 3 of those into 2 buckets of oxygen in an incredibly short space of time. And silicon dioxide is easy enough to renewably make. You basically just need... the easiest way, I think, is... glass dust, I think. Are we centrifuging glass dust, right? Yeah, centrifuging glass dust. So... if we say we run this at EV, be 0.15... wait, how many ticks is 0.15 seconds? What, like... yeah, 3 ticks. Okay. So every 3 ticks, you would get 1 silicon dioxide. Then the silicon dioxide goes into the electrolyzer with 3 of them. So that would be... you need 3 every 0.35 seconds or 3 every 7 ticks. We would only be getting 3 every 0.15. Wait, 3 every 3, 6. Yeah, so we wouldn't quite be making enough to fully keep up with that. It'd be 0.45 ticks for 2 buckets of oxygen. So about 4... sorry, 0.45 seconds. That should be fine, I think. Going the silicon dioxide looks like a sandite. That one's a bit of a stretch. Little bit. Do we have any... I mean, we're getting oxygen from a lot of places, so it's not going to matter too much. And I think we are making... we have got a ton of silicon dioxide as it is. Yeah, we've got 130,000 silicon dioxide, and that's full. I can't even remember where we're making it. But that might be... that is probably the way we're going to go. But yeah, if we run that at EV, 0.35 seconds. Or it'd technically be 0.45 seconds for 2 buckets. So 4 buckets in 9 seconds. Hold on. Just under just under 9 buckets. Wait. Oh, I don't know. My brain is not working today, apparently. But yeah, well, if we just go down the silicon dioxide route, in order to get the glass dusts, all we need is glass. To make the glass, all we need is basically cobblestone. But glass we will be making in the arc furnace. Actually, I wonder if it's worth moving over my gravel, sand, and dust production to speed those up as well. Like, we don't need gravel, sand, and dust for much, but it might be worth speeding them up. But the option's either that, or we use just a dedicated setup for the silicon dioxide, which is probably the best way to go. Okay, right. Let's do it that way. Let's go and find somewhere down in our passive area to do this. Let's keep all the. Oh right, I just realized I can actually make the final chunk on here now as well, which is good. But let's do the gas production stuff down here. Like, okay, so oxygen we know we're using silicon dioxide. The hydrogen, I think we're going to end up using the loop with sodium. And we'll just kind of make that expandable. That loop being... I can remember. It should be this, yeah. Sodium and water. If we do that, if we do this at, say, IV... that'll be 1 bucket every 0.3 seconds, plus 3 sodium hydroxide. The 3 sodium hydroxide then goes into an electrolyzer to give us another bucket of oxygen and a bucket of hydrogen. So if we run this at IV, 2 point... That's not the right thing, is it? Right, hold on. 0.3 seconds to get 3 sodium hydroxide at IV. So that will probably have to be drop down to EV. Because this takes 7.5 seconds, 0.9 seconds. So we need the chemical reactor to be running at a roughly the same speed. The 0.9 seconds-ish. That'll be the best we could do. Other Greg said material superconductor, 64 amps on 16x HV superconductors. Is that what you need for a transformer? That works. Ah, right, yeah. So I was just trying to kind of go over that in my head and figure it out. My brain is really not working today. Anyway, right. The plan is I think we'll have. I think I might do a couple of these set up. EU peer-to-peer on the transformer connects to the. Oh right, yeah, that definitely works. HV machines powered by EV output. That definitely works. You could do it with lower tiers as well if you really wanted as well. Just transform down again from the HV down to MV and again if needed. Anyway. So that's the way we're going to do the hydrogen. Nitrogen, we're probably going to be doing as we're doing it at the moment with air. Again, we'll up this to like probably EV because we'll likely have 8 of these going at the same time with one air compressor because that should even itself out perfectly. So yeah, that would give us. That would actually get us a lot of oxygen as well. So it'd be what 3.9 buckets times 8 every 10 seconds. So 3.1 buckets roughly every second of nitrogen. That should be more than enough. I think. I hope. Could I just use... Would it be worth using a multi-block centrifuge, I wonder, for that? I think it might be, you know? Because if we use the multi-block centrifuge, we can then scale it up as needed. And things like oxygen, nitrogen, hydrogen are all things that we need lots of. As far as the chlorine goes, that's just going to be the salt water, basically, I think. And I think fluorine we can actually fluid drill for. Yeah, if we just electrolyze salt water, and we have a few of those running, that'll get us more hydrogen as well. If I'm going to do that, though, I think I would probably put the... If I'm going to do them as multi-blocks, which I would like to, I think, I'll put them down here. That way so we've got plenty of space down here, and we can keep all the passive stuff in one kind of 3 chunks area. So yeah, let's do that down here. Right, okay. And then fluorine, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, fluorine we'd have to go to Mars for, but we can fluid drill for fluorine. So that should be fine. Okay, first things first, oxygen. How can we get this as fast as we can without... Can we do this with multi-blocks? I think if we do, we're going to have to set it up somewhat separately. Because we need to be able to make... If we run this at EV, we need to be able to make 1 glass every 0.15 seconds. And to do that, this bit should look like it's fine. We shouldn't need to worry about the macerating. I think this bit we probably will do in single blocks. Yeah, 0.1 seconds for 2 glass. So that should be fine. Then we just need to get the sand. I wish we had an infinite sand disk. But yeah, sand, we're going to need 1 every, technically 0.3 seconds. And this will be down to 1 tick at EV. Yeah, that'll be fine. That will work. Right, okay, so we need 2 EV forge hammers. 1 from cobble, 1 to turn cobble to gravel, the other to turn gravel to sand. We then need a arc furnace. I can find it. Yeah, we then need an EV arc furnace to turn it into the glass, and then we need a macerator to macerate the glass into glass dust. And then this is going to be a fairly annoying one to make, isn't it? Macerate that into glass dust. The glass dust then needs to be centrifuged. And then the silicon dioxide electrolyzed. All at EV. There's not a better way of making silicon dioxide, is there? Like, you could cut out a bunch of steps by just doing 8 sand into silicon dioxide, but it's macerate flint. It's not really a faster option, though, is it? Can you macerate flint? So wait, what does macerating... Oh, right. Yeah, that'll give you flint dust. But then you got to get the flint in the first place, which... there's not really a consistent way of getting. Mate Weasel, how you doing? Like, macerating gravel itself would just only give you a 10% chance, so I don't think that's going to be any better. Is there any better options here? I don't think, like, consistent for being able to get it consistently, I don't think so. Oh, that's where we're getting the silicon dioxide from, isn't it? Yes. Yeah, you can make it that way, Omega. That's the way we were going to do it. I'm just seeing if I'm trying to see if there's any other ways of doing it. This is the way I tend to approach it. Like if there's other potentially better ways of me doing something, I will kind of approach that. I think what we're actually going to do is rather than go down the route of crushing cobblestone into gravel into sand, what we'll do is let me get upstairs. What we'll do is we will improve this setup instead. This way we can get, so we can drastically improve this with the rock cycle simulator. I don't know if these take, I don't think they take, I don't think they take parallel hatches though, unfortunately. Which actually, hold on. Do they? Because otherwise, what's the point in that over a, what's the benefit of that over a, what's the benefit of this over the single block machines? It will usually tell you if, anyway, if it can have a parallel hatch. It can. Okay, so my thoughts on that were wrong, because usually there will be something in here that tells you it can have a parallel, if it can have a parallel hatch or not. Like if you look at, say, actually, well, if you search for parallel, they can say, can parallelize with parallel control hatches. And I don't think it said that with that, does it? No, it doesn't actually say you. It doesn't actually say you can do it, which is why I was a little confused. But yeah, it looks like you can. Well, yeah, glass dust was the way I was going to do it free fall. Anyway, there's no point in centrifuging 8 sand because 8 sand gets you 1 silicon dioxide, whereas if you do it the glass dust route, 8 sand will get you 16 glass, which will get you. What? 5 or 6 silicon dioxide? Between 5 and 6 silicon dioxide? No, it gives a chance at multiple flints. The flint dust way is not the way to do it. I will guarantee you that. That is not the best way to go about it. I will give you a guarantee one, and it will give you a few others, but it's not going to be the best way to do it. Because then you still need to macerate that, and then centrifuge it. You only get one. I guess you get 1 silicon dioxide per thing, but this way is still, I think, is still going to be better. What's the? We don't need the. We're just trying to find different ways of getting silicon dioxide. See if there's anything better than I already had planned. And it seems there is one way that is definitely going to be better, which is going to be using the deep slate. Because the deep slates has the added benefits of... Is it cobble deep slate or deep slate that we need? So when we get deep slate dust from. But yeah, the deep slate has the added bonus of... We've got a small chance of getting thorium, which is nice. Then you get the deep slate dust, which you can get 5 deep slate dust gives you 4 silicon dioxide and 1 biotite dust. The biotite dust can then be centrifuged into potassium, magnesium, aluminium, silicon, and fluorine, which won't matter too much, plus a shitload of oxygen as well. So that's kind of where I'm going with that. I also need another dread lamp because I'm going to get annoyed as hell by the bats if I don't. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7. There we go. What do you need fluorine for, Preeful? What do you mean you need just a little bit of fluorine? I mean, we're going to need fluorine anyway. The fluorine actually isn't that big of a deal. Because we're just going to... Oh, yeah, like, I know we... Like, I thought you meant we needed fluorine for that process. We don't. Not for the actual process, but we do obviously need fluorine. But the good thing about fluorine is we can just fluid drill it from Mars. So, like, the fluorine is kind of a unnecessary byproduct, but it's going to be nice to have. Right, anyway. Are we still going through our thorium at the minute? Yeah, we still got like 4,800. I want to put some more of the crushed thorium ore through as well. Use deep slate just avoid the dust because it gives so much. Right, what else do we need for this? We need parallel hatch, don't we? 4 or 16? We'll just see. We'll use the 4 for now, since we have them available, and then we'll... I think we are going to do this with an IV energy hatch. And then what else do we need for this? High temperature smelting casings. If we just make what it says in there for now, and then we'll just make any extras if we need them. If anything, we're probably going to need less than it actually mentions. Right, we still need maintenance hatch, energy hatch we got. We're going to need an input bus, output bus, just one titanium pipe. Oh, yeah, it goes in the middle, doesn't it? That's right. One titanium pipe casing. Maintenance hatch. What else do we need? 11 tempered glass. We do need the blue ice. Which... How did we get the blue ice before? How did we make the ice before? Actually, a very good question. No, we didn't do it with the entropy wand. I think we just went out... I think we just used the crushed ice. If I remember rightly. We've got literally no other use for this, so... Hang on, there we go. We've got some left in there as it is. Right, let's just go Why was that turned off? Oh, right, we were messing around with it. With covers, weren't we? Right, we'll leave that going. We don't need it, like, ridiculously quickly. We do need magma blocks. Although, how many do we need? I want to say, like, 5? 3. Not even 5. 3 of those. What are we waiting on for the high temperature casings? HSLA steel. I'm going to guess... Oh, it's not being made over there. I thought it would be being made over there. Oh, no. There we go. It's done. Right, so what else do we still need? What am I missing? Input bus. We don't need an ME input bus on this, do we? So it's just going to be a single piece of deep slate for it. Input bus. We don't need the outputs. I think we're going to use an actual ME output bus for this. And then we can switch it off if we get too much. So we've got the ME output bus. What else do we need? Just the blue ice, really, I think. We don't need an input hatch or anything like that. Right, so is there any better way? Thank you for that follow. I appreciate it. Is there any better way for us to get to packed ice? Doesn't look like it. We need... Is there any better way for us to get to blue ice? We're going to need a lot of ice, aren't we? I don't think I ever set up a multi-block compressor either, did I? No. Well. Oh, wait, hold on. I wonder that was going so slowly. It was set to... It was underclocked to 2 LV. Oh, right, yeah. I remember when we were messing around with covers and trying out different ways of shutting them off. We're planning to get access with a tier 2 rocket. I think it's just Mars. And then Mercury and Venus you get with the tier 3, and then Glacier with the tier 4. Don't quote me on that, though. I'm not 100% certain. Okay, we need a lot more ice. But we don't need it right now. We can... find my passive stuff. Where is it? There it is. So we'll set this up over in this area. And again, we're going to keep in mind that we're going to be decorating this area as well. Alright, so... This is what? 7 by 3? Can you view these like layer by layer? No, I think it's just... Oh, wait. No, yes, you can. Aha. What goes in these corner bits, though? Because it's not... I know it's not empty. I think that's where the... At least some of the tempered glass goes, right? Yeah, I think it's some of the... Yeah, because I remember forgetting that last time when I put it in there. I tried to kind of build this from memory and forgot these bits. If I remember rightly as well, this is pretty much solid in the center. Right, okay, so we need the energy hatch. We'll put the energy hatch at the back, along with the output bus. Can I put the parallel hatch anywhere? not there, I can't. Is they going to let me put it there? I wonder. And the maintenance hatch there, perhaps? Obviously, this isn't going to be forming yet anyway, because we need the blue ice, but... Alright, I figured I probably had missed at least 1 omega, but thank you. I will sort that out in a moment. Right, I don't know if this is going to get me enough, is it? Because we need, like, 18 packed ice. And we have 8. Wait. Ah, I thought I was going blind. I couldn't see the crushed ice while I was searching. Not for you to make the rocket with your last signalum. Mercury, you know, yeah, honestly, I would probably wait. That, considering that was actually the main reason that my the one that we made last didn't form, that would probably have been the first thing I checked. But it's nice not to have to worry about it. Right, okay, so... I wonder if it's worth making some 256k drives. For the gases. Possibly. Also, I wonder if it's worth checking over here. Actually, one thing I want to do. Can I make Silk Touch books? And can I put Silk Touch on my Omni Breaker? We just need lapis and slime and some levels. But we should be able to do it. How have I only got so few slime balls? I think it's still over here. Yes. Actually, can I just enchant it in there? Oh, shit, I need the book and quill as well, don't I? Of course, it's 13 levels. Alright, there we go. So, grab. Q. Oh, I got another trophy here.
Hey.
Hey, indeed. Thank you so much. 49 months. Can we get some love and hearts in the chats? How are you doing, Em? Hopefully you're good. And there you are. There you go. Next to Dead Man. Exhausted? Yeah, I know the feeling. Was today your first day back at work after your kind of very short break? I'm just going to put this down with the rest of them for now. I thought you had... Oh, yeah, it's Wednesday today, isn't it? I thought it was Tuesday. Oh, you're kidding. I can't put Silk Touch on it. Oh, come on. I do have like a diamond pickaxe with Silk Touch on it, but... It's not going to last overly long. Oh, wait, hang on. I don't have any of those diamond hammers left, do I? Or can I put... Can I put Silk Touch on my old drill, maybe? And do I have a grindstone? Aha, it does work on the regular drills, though. Although it's only an MV one, but that should be fine. We've still got no guarantee that we can even find a any ice. Spent Monday. Oh, that's right. Yes, I do remember you mentioning that. Right, there's a snowy area over to the southeast. I feel like these last few streams have been so unproductive. Or certainly today's. I think it's just the fact that I've got so much to do. You spent yesterday making adults feel uncomfortable. Sounds interesting. Dare I ask why or how? Oh, hang on. Wait, aren't we? All right. I mean, I've enjoyed it. I have definitely enjoyed it, but I feel like... I think it's the fact that obviously the pace just drastically slowed down. Because we've been making like tons of progress, and then you start building, and then... Like, the pace just kind of... goes. This is a much better way of getting the packed ice. Well, I am kind of wishing I'd done it with my HV drill instead. There's probably some actual blue ice dotted around as well, but... There we go. Right, that'll do. Right. Just needed 3 of those. There we go. Right. Oh, yeah, we don't have the... We don't have the actual cabling going down there yet, do we? I think we are going to bring this down from... I think we're going to bring it down the center, actually. So from here... Wait, that was actually in the right place. We need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Out to there. Okay. I think that is good. Wait, where did I put the input? Oh, I haven't put the input bus on yet. I was going to say, where did I put the input bus? Apparently nowhere. Right, so what do we actually need? It's actual deep slate we need, right? Not cobbled deep slate. Of course I haven't got any actual deep slate. Right, there we go. We are going to want a storage drive for these. Right, we're doing this in... I used IV hatches, didn't I? Yeah. And there we go. That is making 4 deep slate every 16 ticks. Alright, so we just got to set up the shutoff for this. Right, so we'll shut this off. How much can we hold on the 64k drive? 16k drive, rather. 130, it's... what, 130,000, I think? Have we just set this to shut off at 100,000? That's better. Alright, there we go. If you have when you have it stored on the, on a memory card, it's already stored as an EU multi-peer-to-peer one, so it will just paste that setting on as well. And since I have all of my outputs on their own memory cards, they always keep that setting. But there we go. That is a deep slate being made. Okay, so that takes care of that bit. That takes care of the deep slates. So from there, we need to macerate. How quickly are we making these? For every 16 ticks. Things looking better when you can see the light sources. It just makes more sense. It doesn't necessarily look better, but just kind of makes more sense. Right, okay, so we've got deep slate. We now need to macerate, so we need to be able to do 4 every 16 ticks. So that's what? 4 ticks. How much is 4 ticks as a percentage? 0.2. Every 0.2 seconds. So if we do it with EV, and we have, say, how many will we need? 4 of them? No, 5 of them would be enough. I don't actually know Freefall, honestly. I think it might just be that they always look unlit no matter what. Because I had a bunch of them that I accidentally made. But yeah, I think they just kind of look like that. And no matter what, like I think with these, I think we can turn them on with redstone. Yeah. So I think they just always look turned off, even with redstone next to them. That's my only guess. Like that is 100% a guess, but. All right, so we probably don't need that quite as fast as that. Hold on, let's do some maths here. So, right, so the deep slate, we're going to be if we macerate that, if we do 4 of these at EV, that's going to be what, 0.25 of a second? No, 0.225. Of a second. So that'll be 1.125 seconds for 5 deep slate. So again, doing this at EV should be fine. And that should get us 4 silicon dioxide every 1.125 seconds. I think. No. Hold on. 5 deep slate dusts. Hold on. By 0.9 times 5. 4.5 seconds to get 5 deep slate dust with 1 of them. Divided by 4, yeah, 1.125 seconds for 5 deep slate dust. It also means 1.125 seconds for 4 silicon dioxide. And then 4 silicon dioxide. Oh my god, why am I pressing all the wrong things?
I see. Running away, you yellow bastard!
Alright, no worries, quiet. Enjoy the nap. I'm going to have to turn that song off. There's way too many noises going off at once then. One thing I found recently, I'm very, very sensitive to noises. And if there's lots of noises going off constantly, and kind of like louder music and kind of the sound alerts and things like that, it really messes with my head. I found that out in Matt's stream, actually. Right, anyway, so basically, so every second we should be getting 2 times 1.33333 recurring, about 2.6 buckets of oxygen per second. Wait, maybe I'm what now? You want to play? Wait, what's made you want to play? Oh, right. M playing Power Worlds. I completely missed that. That gets us a reasonable amount. Plus, we're going to be getting oxygen from other places as well. So, right. With that being said, we want 3 EV macerators. Or 4 EV macerators, rather, which we actually already have. So, we stick these here. Do I want to make this look any better in any way? I don't think so. Actually, what we can probably do... What are the EV superconductors? It's been so long since I've used actual cables. I can't actually remember what the EV superconductors are. And still. If we just use... I'm assuming this is using the usual, like roughly 1/16 of an amp. Yeah. All right. Oh, damn it. Oh, wait, that's... Yeah, that's Eevee, that's fine. That's... I'm going to say, wait, I was going to do this at Ivy, but we're not. This bit we're doing at Eevee. Oh, right, I know why I did it. It's trying to draw 4 amps at once. Because they're all trying to draw power at the same time. So, even though we are only using 1 amp, we are going to actually have to put a 4 amp cable on it. I guess we could have just attached 1 at a time and it would have been fine, but... Yeah, it would be nice, Omega. It would be nice. Right, after the macerators, what do we need then? At least for the, well, with the deep slates. We need to process 5 of those in 1.125 seconds, so that will go into a centrifuge. Like a single block EV centrifuge, which should be fine. And that will give us the silicon dioxide. The silicon dioxide then gets electrolyzed at... Well, use an EV... We'll use an EV electrolyzer, but we'll underclock it. Because it doesn't need to run that quickly. And then that'll give us the silicon and the oxygen. Silicon we don't really need. And then the biotite just then goes into an electrolyzer. Which again, we can use an EV electrolyzer and underclock it. Because that'd be 22. So that would take us, what, 22 times 1.125? 25 seconds-ish. We'll actually get more from the biotite than we will... Oh, maybe not. 10 buckets every 24 seconds or so. That's fine. Okay, so we need an electrolyzer. We need a... Oh, we need 2 electrolyzers. Oh, hold on. Could we get both of those in the same thing? Could we get both of those in the same thing? I wonder. Do we want to? No, I don't think we do. I think we do want to have separate ones just to make sure everything keeps running. Okay, so what do we need before this? We need the... We got the macerators. Macerators then go into the centrifuge, so we need the centrifuge next, and then we need two electrolyzers. Which we have. I don't know why I've got 4 electrolyzers, but I'm not going to complain. Right, so will all of this run in under 4 amps? And actually, will this burn the cable is another question. Shouldn't do, but it might do. Other than try and pull more than 4 amps at a time, it should be fine. Okay, so next up, what's going to be our best method for doing this? And still leaving us space, the ability to make things look nice. I had a feeling like we'd be bringing stuff, have kind of concrete kind of surrounding this anyway. And then we could have concrete across there. And we could make it look okay, I guess. I'm just going to need a bunch of robot arms. And this way we only need to use one side for the inputs and outputs. The only downside is if we need to shut these off for whatever reason, we are going to need to use one more side. I know, let's put emitters on these. But that's okay. That's good. Again, that's going to be covered with that anyway. I think that's fine. My one kind of potential concern with this setup is that it's going to be a pain to upgrade. That's my one concern with it. I'm sure it'll be fine. If it's not, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Nope, that does not want to go there. Thank you very much. Yeah, it's a problem for later. Alright, and we need machine controllers. We're starting to run out of, so I should really craft some more. Right, so these are going to be storing deep slate dust. So we're actually going to need a drive for that as well. Of course, I don't have any deep slate dust to set the filter. I'll have to grab it from JEI instead. Alright, deep slate dust. How are we doing for deep slate now? Okay. We shouldn't be backing up too much on the deep slate dust, honestly. Okay, so we need to output deep slate to all of these. Perfect. How many robot arms? We are going to need filters as well, aren't we? Because we're going to be outputting other stuff to the other side. Right, so that will take care of the deep slate. Or the importing of the deep slate. Right, deep slate dust. If we say we just keep, say, at the most, say 32,000 deep slate dust in stock. Beautiful. And I'm pretty sure we've already got storage for thorium dust. And then we need to push those out to the sides. Actually, I've got a... There we go. Right, that is the deep slate dust taken care of. Right, and then we need to output the deep slate dust to the centrifuge. One centrifuge was going to be enough, right? I'm pretty sure. Alright, and then that is going to output... silicon dioxide and... Wait, what else we get from that? Oh, silicon dioxide and the biotite. So we're also going to need storage for the biotite as well. Alright, so... biotite dust. Right, when do we shut this off though? So with silicon dust or biotite dust? Because we need to shut this off at certain points. I guess we could shut it off with either. Like, say, if we get too much biotite dust or we get too much... I guess it doesn't matter. Which is the more important to us? I guess silicon... Well, we're going to get more silicon dioxide out of it, so let's shut it off when we get over, say, 128,000 silicon dioxide, which actually I'm pretty sure we already have. I think, do I need to... No. Okay. Yeah, let's actually switch these over. Invert them. And then that should be fine, because we've actually already got over 128,000 deep slate. Yeah, deep slate dust. Right, so these need to output... Sorry, 128,000 silicon dioxide. These need to output the biotite dust. And then that will get imported by these. There we go. Alright, and then... When do we shut this off? At what point do we shut this off? Like, is there a point we shut this off? Like, it's mostly, I guess... I don't think it really matters, does it? If we shut this off when we've got over, say, 100 and... How much potassium dust can we store? 4,096. So that's what? 32,000? So if we shut it off when we've got over 30,000 potassium. That should be fine. Right, and then we just got to output. This side, and that should be good. So that should have somewhat increased our... Actually, will that even have increased our production of any of this? Thinking about it now, have I actually improved anything here? Yeah, because these were all running at HV, so... And we only had 3 macerators. But yeah, we've improved it. Right, speaking of, we can now get rid of this. Wait, did I... Oh, I put a lid on it. Right, we'll get rid of all this. Try and actually clear up as I go for once. Get rid of all those. Get rid of that. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. Get rid of those. These were all building things, so we'll put those back in here for now. Same with that. Time for you to make basic ingots on passive. Can't make MV circuits on demands. Those are missing a few ingots. Sounds like you're making decent progress, though. Just in general, which is good. Alright, so get rid of all of this. Oh man, I've got no space in here whatsoever now. Alright, so those ones as well. Oh, God. A little bit further than I intended there. We don't need that. Don't need that. Don't need this. Don't need that. Don't need that. That was one hell of a rabbit hole as well. Mark, how you doing? Alright, let's get rid of all of these. Oxygen's going up at a decent rate. Actually, after we set up all the new ECEs, I actually thought we were going to need more oxygen then. We actually didn't, but if we start scaling things up, we will. Okay, so... Wait. I've just accidentally pressed Q just because I'm kind of muscle memory. This is the first time I've opened up the quest book today. Watch my old streams on YouTube, learning how to set up Laser.io. Nice, hopefully they're helpful. I'm not always the best at explaining things, so if there is anything, like, any questions you have or anything you want to go over, or want me to go over, I can try my best. Alright, so that is oxygen and kind of fluorine sorted. Hydrogen, we were going to do the sodium loop. I think we're going to set up like 2 lots of these. Maybe a few more. So, this recipe, like water's like free anyway. So if we say, let's set up 3 lots of these, I think. For now, maybe 4. No, we'll stick with 3. All running at EV. That will get us 3 buckets every 0. Yeah, that should be more than enough. So chemical reactor. So 3 chemical reactors and then 3 electrolyzers. So hold on, those are 1.85 seconds. Those are 0.6. Okay, so we want to run the chemical reactors at HV and the other ones at the electrolyzer at EV. Not that it makes too much difference, but we may as well save a little bit of power when we can. Infrastructure slowly growing. Progress slowly. Basically more structured and less chaotic. It'll take time. I think that time that it takes to do stuff like that to get everything organized is one of the things that always kind of trips me up. Alright, these. Maybe we didn't need 2 of these. Oh, except it doesn't matter. They're not going to be running anyway, are they? Because they'll only run when this is running. Oh, and shit, I've just realized I've completely missed an entire step of this. The bit where we actually get the oxygen. I've kind of missed a fairly chunky step here. Because we're not actually doing anything with the silicon dioxide yet, are we? That was kind of the main point of doing this whole thing. So we need another electrolyzer. Oh, wait! That's why we had the 2 electrolyzers, wasn't it? Fuck. I didn't make 2 of them to do both of them with biotite. I did 2 of them, so one of them could be biotite and one of them could be silicon dioxide. Oops. Did I mention my brain wasn't working today? There we go. This one we're actually going to shut off, I think, when silicon... So long as silicon dioxide is over... Say... So I want to make sure we keep some of it. So if we just keep, say, 10,000 silicon dioxide... There we go. All the oxygen coming in. Right, so that's that bit sorted. I think what I'm going to do as well, as we're putting these bits and pieces in here, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to start making little, kind of putting like frameworks in for things, just so I know like what kind of space we have available. My witty name, how you doing? I keep seeing a notification on Discord, and I keep having which is something that I asked somebody to send me later so I could check after the stream, and I keep having the urge to just go and check it, and I really shouldn't, because if I do, it'll no longer be there. Right, how much space do we want in the middle of this? I think it's like 5 blocks should be fine. And then the idea will be... Wait, which... This is actually, like, in a closed loop, like with 2 machines, where you're just passing something backwards and forwards between them, which is the start point? Like, what would you consider, in this sodium loop, what would you consider to be the start point? Is it the sodium and water to make sodium hydroxide? Or is it the sodium hydroxide being turned back into sodium? Actually, don't know. I think we're going to put the sodium... Basically, it's just like, which one am I going to put first? Which of the machines am I going to put first? The chemical reactor or the electrolyzer? I think it's going to be the chemical reactor. Sorry, yeah, chemical reactor, and I just put the wrong one down. Did you ever guess the item first? I guess technically they both get them at the same time. Although we're going to be putting the first items into the chemical reactors, so... Right, we'll use water covers for these. It's kind of like one of those. I guess the Greg Tech equivalent of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Right, there we go. We've all got water. Oh, did I want to put this any further in? No, I think it's fine there. I think I'm actually going to go back to the way I've been doing things up to this point, by the way. Where I'm just going to use a peer-to-peer tunnel on all of them for... do we want to do that? No, I don't think we do want to do that, actually. Now that I think about it. No, we'll do a single peer-to-peer tunnel with energy cables. Alright, so how much power is this going to take? Or how many amps is this going to take? So... Those are all essentially 1 amp, slightly less. And then these are... essentially half an amp. So, how much is that? So 120 times 3 plus 60 times 3. 140 divided by 128. 4.2 amps. Of course it's 4.2 amps. It can't just give me a... it can't just give me a nice, easy number. I think we're going to have to do 8x cables for it. But that's fine. We can live with that. Not like we're going to be short on resources. Right, and you go there. I'm going to have to start thinking about setting up requesters soon for some basic things. Like the covered cables. We have power. Hey, and these are all going again now. Beautiful. Okay. So... what do we need to do here? I need to be able to have... That's actually a little awkward. Because we're going to have interfaces on both sides. Do I want to do just an interface for each of them, or do I want to do... You know, I'll just make a bunch more of those. Or do I want to do one interface and then just use pipes to get and things to get them back? No, we should do an interface for each of them, I think. That'll be fine. It's not like we're going to run out of channels. That's the point. Is it hard mode where A2 channels get turned on, or is it in expert mode only?
One more sub towards goal.
One more indeed. I set that goal up today, actually. I wasn't going to draw... I'm not going to draw attention to it, or I wasn't going to draw attention to it. But, yeah. I appreciate it, Mark. Thank you. Can we get some love and hearts in the chat? And for 3 months in advance as well. Thanks so much, Mark. I very much appreciate that. What was your IGN? I ask this every time because I have a terrible memory, but... I know I'll know it when I know I'll know the skin when I see it. Same as Twitch. Yeah, there we go. I do remember the skin. Hopefully, I'm starting working on something that will hopefully mean that I will not have to remember this stuff soon. I've been working on my own little, not a bot, well, it's kind of a bot. But it's more for helping me track stuff that's going on Twitch and allowing me to add, and going to allow me to add a little bit more functionality to, for me and my streams. And hopefully one of those things is going to be keeping track of what people's IGNs are. So I don't have to ask each time. There you go, Mark. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. With the chip table for frog lights is the botanist workbench. Yeah, it's a little weird, isn't it? You'd think it'd be the same one as the as like the redstone lamps, possibly, but or the glowstone. Which ones are they in? Yeah, the alchemy bench would actually make sense. The botanist one? Oh, I guess... wait, ice is in there as well? Why is ice in there? Oh, give me 2 seconds, chat. I've just got to go and check on something. Sorry about that. I thought I heard somebody talking. I can still hear it, and I'm not sure where it's coming from. That's weird. Right, do I need any, Do I need... I need some robot arms. I think. No, it shouldn't be. It's coming. It sounds like it's coming from outside, Reese. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yeah, I got no idea where it's coming from. It's weird. Any of the tabs I had open were muted. That's so weird. Anyway, right, where were we? Sodium. So, the item output we need to push over into the electrolyzer. The hydrogen will push out to the side into the interface. I don't think it was from my computer, no. I couldn't... It sounded like it was coming from outside, but I went outside and I couldn't hear anything out there, so... I got no idea. I think I'm just going nuts. Hold on. I can hear it again. Oh, I got no idea. I'm sure it's nothing. Alright, we need sodium. I think we could get away with just one in each. Right, and then this, we output items to that side. There we go, and that processes that. And then we output items back to there. I think we were going to underclock these to HV. And then we just got to push fluids out into the interfaces. Same on this side. I should have just copied and pasted these again, but I actually forgot I had the copy paste thing. There we go, right, so The next thing is, do we want to shut this off at any point? Yes, is the answer. And the problem is, I don't know how I'm going to do that. Because I don't have any more spare sides. And I'm going to go ahead and assume that we can't pass a signal through the GT wires. And these can't have a redstone card. That's actually kind of awkward. Oh, wait, did I slow down the wrong ones here? Chemical reactor should take 0.6 seconds to get 3. That should take 1.85 seconds. No, I slowed down the right one. It's just still... not quite right. Oh, well, that's fine either way. Right, okay. So... that is hydrogen taken care of. Although, I would love to be able to shut these off. How could I do that? There's got to be a way I can do this. I guess we might just have to use laser IO again. Instead. And then just... yeah, I think I'm going to have to do it that way. God damn it. Okay, right. Well, that's fine. That's okay. Right, we just need to do... that may as well be a full block, then. Actually, the first time I've had to put down a laser in quite a while. Right. Connect those up. I guess we get to use some of these cards now. Where's my card cloner? Right, is that going to be enough? Yeah, looks like it should be. Beautiful. Alright, and then we'll do the same on this side. And then what we'll do, we'll set this so... I will bring an emitter up from the side and shut it and shut off. Actually, we don't even need another interface there, do we, if we're doing this? We can do it all off one side. Connect those up together. That should take care of it. Fantastic. And then all we've got to do is bring this up here, grab a cable anchor, because aesthetics are important. And we'll just set an emitter on here with the redstone cards. And I think I've got a 64K drive, so if we just say emitter a signal when it's got below 500,000, and then it will only insert on there when it's got a high redstone signal. If we shut this off, shut this down to say, take a 0 off there, that will stop extracting from these, and then when these fill up, it will stop. There we go. Right, that is hydrogen taken care of, and we can. What we can do is basically, if we need to expand this, we can just expand upwards. Okay, so that's hydrogen taken care of. Nitrogen. We do nitrogen or chlorine next. Nitrogen, I know we're gonna need like a just need like a 3-block space. I would like to have a little bit of additional space between here as well for kind of decoration. How much space do we need for the chlorine? Bear in mind we're using salt water. And we're just electrolyzing that. So it's just a single. Oh, this will keep keeps in the sodium hydroxide as well. So yeah, it's just a single block of space that we need for this. So we should be able to do like 3 blocks. Hang on, let me grab some anti-blocks while we're here. So we'll have kind of a something up there. And then we'll have the electrolyzers for the salt water in here. And then we can do the stuff that we need for the nitrogen in here. But for the nitrogen, right, how quickly can we get 10 buckets of... So basically we can get 1 bucket of air per second at LV. At EV, you get 10 buckets in 1.25 seconds. And at EV, this will take 10 buckets in 10 seconds. So yeah, it'll be, again, it's like 8 of them. So 10,000 times kind of 10. So it's... Wait, hold on. Over here, hold on. I've run at EV, 1.25 seconds for 10 buckets. So 8 buckets, basically 8 buckets. 8 buckets per second. And if we're running these at EV, we are using 1 bucket per second. So yeah, 8. We need 8 centrifuges to 1 air collector. And the centrifuges... I was wondering if it was going to be worth potentially using a multi-block centrifuge. That might be worthwhile, you know. If we use a multi-block centrifuge, then it makes it a lot easier to upgrade later. And it should just... Well, it would kind of fit, but not really. We'd need to do... It would come and like be flush with this, which we didn't really want. Oh wait, hang on. I've just realised that we don't want to... Oh no, I think, yeah, we'll leave that as is. Although we could do with shutting this off when we get over a certain amount of oxygen as well. No, I think I'm just going to stick with the single block machines for these. And then if we do have to like drastically upgrade it later, which we shouldn't do, Like, if we're doing what I'm kind of intending to do, that means we should be getting 3.9 times 8. 31.2 buckets every 10 seconds. Or 3.12 buckets of nitrogen per second. Which should be plenty. I hope. Right. Gas collectors. Oh, we do actually have an EV gas collector as well. Nice. So I'll get the gas collector. That can go at the bottom. And then we need 8 centrifuges. Actually, hold on. We can turn the multi-blocks on their sides, can't we? Would that work with the large centrifuge? Could we have it so it's... Because normally it's a... like this kind of shape. Kind of hard to tell with the anti-blocks, but normally it's that kind of shape. If we could put that, and like 3 blocks tall, if we could put that on its side, we can fit it in here. Don't know if we can do that or not, though. And if we can, I can't remember how we do it. Yeah, the centrifuge would be one that it would make sense for it not to work. So if we just put it there. I mean, it looks like it should work. It gives us the preview. Ah, it needs to be one further back. The only downside to it is, it's not going to look overly interesting. It's just going to be like a green face to it. I guess that's not the worst thing in the world. Being able to access it isn't that big of a deal, thankfully. Like, we'll be able to get in from behind to get into where we need, whatever we need to, because we got all this space back here. So that shouldn't be a problem. And then we can just have like an import bus, an import hatch there rather, and then the gas collector there. Should be fine. Plus then we don't need to worry about outputting from each of them. We can just use a single ME import hatch, or output hatch rather. So yeah, let's do it this way. I can make the green wall work, I think. It's basically going to look like that. Gonna be interesting. Right, so what do we actually need here? 50 vibration safe casings. We're gonna need... We'll do an EV energy hatch for now. I really need to organize this backpack at some point. Right, got the EV energy hatch. We're going to need a maintenance hatch. We're going to need an input hatch. Don't need a quad one. We do want a reasonably sized input hatch though. Wait, no. No, yeah, we do need an input hatch, don't we? And then we need an ME output hatch. We've got the energy hatch, we've got the maintenance hatch, we've got the input hatch, we've got the output hatch. What else do we need? The steel pipe casings. That's the ones. We need 4 steel pipe casings. Feel like I'm missing something. Need more holes in the overworld. Yeah, wait, me 10, a few veins mining. Hope that's they'll hold for a little time. When do you first start getting to like passive resources? Like, are the micro miners gated at like roughly the same kind of point? It's actually going to be kind of weird doing this because obviously we're not doing this in the standard layout. Be like that. Let's just oh no, that's right, isn't it? Yeah. There we go. We've just got a nice little green wall. And he's actually visually, I like seeing it start up. I mean, we shouldn't need to see it start up. It should be going pretty much constantly anyway, I think. Oh, wait, no, they don't go there, do they? They go in the, yeah. Right, so there. Right, so if we have... Let's actually put this stuff down here. We'll have the input hatch there. Have the gas collector there. Oh, wait, does the gas collector need to have the top? Does the gas collector need to have its top, like, uncovered? I feel like it does for some reason, but I can't remember for certain. Oh, we need a parallel hatch as well, don't we? Oh, which actually, with that being said, we are actually going to need a 16 arms parallel hatch for this, I think. Mine is much the same as normal, but you're rebuilding your base and fixing the issues from rushing. Must be all processing. You know, it's fast enough for processing the passively incoming resources from the miners. You can always do what I do and just slow them down. Speaking of which, actually, since we upgraded to the 16 times... the 16x parallel hatches in the ore processing, we can probably speed it back up again now. Let's put the output hatch there. Oh. There. Energy hatch there. I'm hoping we can just put the maintenance hatch here. And that'll be fine. Yeah, there we go. Forms. I'm just going to be waiting a little while for the parallel hatch. Right, I want to know whether this will actually function with a block on top of it. I'm not sure. Where do I get my stream songs from? From a service called Pretzel Rocks. It's all kind of copyright-free music. Right, what am I looking for? EV. Right? Right. I fucking had a feeling that was going to be the case. Oh no, wait, we need a circuit, don't we? V, thank you for the hydrates. That is actually the last of my drink as well. How are you doing, V? Oh no, it works still. Fantastic. Okay. Do I need a circuit for processing this? No. I do need my parallel hatch though, which I have. I think we're going to put the parallel hatch like here. Just so we got that a little bit of a nice little cool spinny thing in the middle of it. If we set this to 8. And then give this thing some power. There we go. 1.5 buckets of nitrogen per second. Wait, why is it running? That's half the speed I was expecting that to be. And it would be. Because I think I needed an IV hatch in there, not an EV. But it can run 12 in parallel. 2.3 buckets of nitrogen per... 2.3 buckets of nitrogen per second is not too bad. Waiting on kids to swap out. Oh, swap out and about clothes. Okay. Are you going? So are you going out and about somewhere, V, or? Right, nitrogen. Did I ever upgrade my nitrogen storage cell? Yeah, we've got a 64 on it. Okay, so if we emit a redstone signal when it is below... $500,000 buckets of nitrogen. Stick a machine controller on here. And invert it. We should be good. Lunch in the park thing. Oh, I think you mentioned this the other day. Your kids essentially get fed by random people at the park, by the sounds of it. It kind of sounds like a win-win for you. Alright, there we go. That is nitrogen hopefully sorted. Or not. Why do I feel like I've made this slower somehow? Oh no, it goes every 20 seconds, doesn't it? Not every 10 seconds like I was expecting. Because one thing I didn't think about is if we run it at EV, we're still only running, even if we're running 8 recipes in parallel, we're still only putting 1 amp's worth of EV power into it. Maybe I switch that out for an IV hatch. See how that gets on. So if we do it at an IV hatch, because that's gonna, it should eat through that now, shouldn't it? Yeah, that's making enough now to. Let's work. We want to, if we take that down to 8 recipes. Yeah, there we go. That's what we expected it to be. Two veins in less than 15 minutes. Yeah, you gotta love the higher tier drills. Wait, I thought the EV could go up to... What's that? So what does the HV drill do? Oh, the HV is only 5x5. Ah, okay. That makes sense. Anyway, there we go. That is hydrogen, oxygen, and nitrogen sorted. Although, why? I swear we had more hydrogen than this before. I could have sworn we had considerably more hydrogen than this before, but anyway. Okay. Last stop is going to take a little bit of messing around. We're going to have to sort out storage for salt water. And... yeah, that's basically it. We're going to have to sort out storage for salt water. Because right now, we are not storing anywhere. Can I get an ME cable out here easily? Without it looking ugly? I don't think I can. Because I want to keep this, like, little walkway over here, I think. We're only got 78% left in here at the minute. I guess we can just put the... I guess we can just put the ender tank on an interface somewhere. What we're basically doing is... wait, what even am I doing with this? Why am I doing it this way? Why am I centrifuging? Do we get the chlorine faster this way? I think we do, right? So if we just electrolyze this, we get 1 bucket of chlorine in, let's say we're running it at EV, 4.5 seconds. With this, We get 2 salt in 0.3 seconds, and then the salt electrolyzes. Oh, okay, yeah, this is considerably faster. Takes 2 machines. I've got these 2 amps, but so we do actually need 2 blocks of space, and that actually works out perfectly. That actually does work out perfectly. And I guess there's a ton of sodium, which we don't actually need, but yeah, I think that's gonna be fine. So we need... Right. 1 bucket in 0.3 seconds. Are we making enough to do 3 of these? I don't think we are. I think like 2 is going to be the most we can do off what we're currently fluid drilling. Yeah, 3.3 millibuckets. 3.3 buckets per second. 166.4 millibuckets per tick. How much are we using of it? One bucket in 0.3 seconds. So 1 bucket in 6 ticks. So 166.6. Oh, come on. We're making 166.4, and with 3 of these, we'd be using 166.6. Come on, we're 0.2 of a bucket off being able to... Oh, wait, no. That being said, though, the salt is 0.35 seconds, isn't it? So this is what would actually be our limiting factor. So it'll be 7 ticks for... So it'll be 1 bucket and 7 ticks. So 142. So 142 millibuckets per tick. Oh, wait, no, hang on. We'd only need one lot of this, wouldn't we? For this. Right? Yeah, one of these would... Yeah, one lot of these would be fine at EV. Unless we overclock this to IV. If we overclock it to IV, we're going to have to bring the ME cable over here. But if we overclock it to IV, we will get considerably more out of it. Yeah, let's do that. Let's overclock to IV. And make sure we can get an ME cable up here. Ah, I can't get through it. Damn it. I'm too big. Okay, so I think what... Oh, no, I can easily do this. I've got this set up so I can bring lasers over from here. Instead of bringing the lasers, we just bring the ME cable. That would be a far better way of doing that. Can I... Yeah, I was a little dubious that I would be able to do that without flooding everything. It looks like we're okay. Ow. Okay, so in that case... Oh, I've fallen down again. Let's just get rid of this. Alright, we'll get rid of that. And we'll just bring this under here. rid of you. Place it with an IV energy hatch. No, Emmy output hatch. Let's make sure we have saltwater storage. We do, but only a 4K drive. So if we do like 16K. That should be fine. All right, so salt water. All right, so did I get my ME hatch? I did. Beautiful. All right, so we can get rid of that and that. Place that there. Peer to peer. I'm curious how much we're actually going to get out of this. All right, we need an emitter so we can shut this thing off if we get enough salt water, which we did. That's 16K drive, didn't we? So 130,000. So emit signal when you are below 130,000 salt water. You're making nearly 5 buckets per second. That is not bad. Beautiful. Okay, right. So we need a machine controller. I will invert that. Okay. So with that much, how many of these can we set up? Right, so we're making... I've forgotten already how much it was. 4,992 millibuckets per second. So 4,992 divided by 20, so 249.6 millibuckets per tick. And if we're running these at EV, what do we say it was? 1,000 divided by 20 times 0.3. Divided by 6, 166 millibuckets. So we can't quite get 2 of these running. Not quite. So, say we ran one at EV and... Wait, no, it's 0.35 seconds, isn't it? Because we're doing it, we're limited by this recipe. Let's try that again. So 249.6 times 20 times 0.35. That's not right. 249.6 divided by... Wait. Oh, god damn it. I'm screwing my maths up. 1,000 divided by 20 times 0.35. $142.8 millibuckets. And we're making 249. So not quite enough for 2 of them. But close. So that should mean we'll be making 1 and a bit buckets of chlorine every 0.35 seconds. Which should be pretty decent. Okay, so what do we need? Centrifuge and electrolyzer, right? So why have I got so many EV centrifuges? Oh, right, because I made them when I was planning on using them for the nitrogen. It was electrolyzer, right? Pretty sure? Yeah. There we go. Right. Home. We don't need to do a home point, do we? Need to be over here. We'll get rid of that. It's going to be centrifuge, centrifuge, electrolyzer, electrolyzer. Is this still going and still keeping up with the gas? Looks like it. Okay, so the salt water, we're going to get the water we can just void. I guess we could put it back into the ME system, but really we can just void it. And then the salt just gets pushed through into the electrolyzer, which just gives us chlorine and sodium. Okay. So let's make a couple of fluid voiding covers. Let's grab some of these. We're going to need... Then we can just have interfaces on both of those, and then what we'll do is we'll turn off these machines when we have enough chlorine. That's not that annoying. Bit. And that was EV. Right, everything has power. Oh, we do need to output to these as well, though, don't we? I guess we could do exporters and then just exporters with redstone cards. I think that'll work. And these, do we need any circuits on any of this? Not on there. We set these to output salt water. Gonna need some acceleration cards in there. Beautiful. All right. Avoiding covers. I don't know if I need filters in these or not, but I would feel a little bit better if we had them. Perfect. Okay, and we want to grab a couple of emitters. Damn it. Thought that was going to happen. Redstone card in those, and when we have enough chlorine, which I'm going to have to double check to make sure we have a 64K drive for the chlorine. And we'll shut these off when we have enough. Active without signal. Active with signal. Okay, and then we just need to feed that out to there. And then just push that lot into interfaces. And that should be good. Hopefully. And then this will obviously get a little bit more. These will back up with salt dust. Actually, we'll probably set these a little below 500,000. If we set them down to like 490,000. Actually, no, it won't make a difference, will it? Because like 500,000, like the how much can the 64K drives hold exactly? Does anybody know? $520,000. Yeah, we shouldn't get 20,000 more from what? 6 stacks? Yeah, that's fine. We'll just leave it as is. There we go. That should be chlorine sorted then. I mean, not that we were struggling for chlorine anyway, but we are definitely not now. We will use up all the salt water though, so I think what I'll do is actually underclock that HV and that one to HV as well. I want to see if we can keep the salt water somewhat steady. If it goes up as well, that will be fine. Yeah, it's going up ever so slightly, so I think that'll be fine. So we should be getting 1 bucket every 7 ticks in there, and 1 bucket every 14 ticks in there. So, how much is that? So, 214 millibuckets per tick, I think. Not bad. I can live with that. Right, that is those sorted. We do still need to do fluorine, but I think I'm going to have to do that tomorrow. Because fluorine is going to mean us going to Mars. and setting up quantum ring over there and a fluid extractor. So that is something we will do tomorrow. But that should be pretty easy to set up, and then that will be all of our basic gases pretty much sorted. I mean, I think we're fine for fluorine anyway. Oh, maybe not as fine as I thought. Only 10,000 buckets. Why does it feel like that stopped? Oh, it's just taking a while, that's all. Are we drastically backing up on deep slate dust? No, we're pretty much just keeping up with the deep slate dust. Yeah, we were never going to get huge amounts of fluorine from this anyway. That setup is mostly for oxygen. Which is still going up pretty quickly. How's the hydrogen doing? Also going up pretty quickly. Okay, right. So last thing I want to do before I go, I'm going to clear these two off because we don't really need those there now. I'm going to reset these, see how much we've got. So 174k and 249k. I'm going to leave it for a little while after the stream. Oh, wow. We were actually definitely losing hydrogen before. We were 118k and we went down to 117. Why? How have I suddenly started using a crap load more hydrogen, I wonder? What are we even using hydrogen for? That's a good question. Right, so the other one that we set up was chlorine, which we do actually have there already. So but let's move it over to here. I'm actually a little concerned about the hydrogen already now. We might have to speed that up. Like this, the hydrogen, thankfully, is easy to speed up. We just add more machines. Not a huge fan of doing that, but it will work. Oh yeah, we're gaining again already on the hydrogen now, which is good. That should be fine. And then eventually there's going to be fluorine in here as well that we want to check. We'll keep an eye on that. We're at what, 10k? And then this is not acetone. This is chlorine. Okay, there we go. Right, it's been a pretty good day. We've got a little bit done. We've got this room sorted. It did say acetone. That was what was in there before. Guitar Lilin. But yes, we've switched over now, thankfully. Oh, that needs to be... Oh, hold on. Might be one last tiny thing we've got to do. Possibly on both sides. No, just on that side. Yeah, that needs to be corp and not concrete on the back. How is your playthrough going anyway, Guitar Lilin? Hopefully still kind of coming along nicely. All right. There we go. I am satisfied. Very slow, but you're still invested? Are you still enjoying it? I guess that's really the main thing. That's my just regular memory card. That can go back in there. That can go back in there. All right. So we can now check off basically all of these. We have the one that we haven't done yet is the fluorine. That is happening tomorrow. I think a lot of this stuff we don't really need to worry about just yet. The glass production is something we definitely need to do tomorrow because we don't actually have any glass production right now. Improving the acid gen, I don't think we need to worry about just yet either. A lot of this stuff we can worry about later. I think I want to get to ZPM and the Naquita reactors before I worry about too much of this. This one isn't totally stalled due to the lousy ore handling system you made. Hey, that will improve with time, though. There's only so much you can do in the early game. We have got up to 30,000 Naquita dust now as well, which is good. Nearly 3,000 trinium. I'll be honest with you, trinium is actually one of the reasons that is actually one of the reasons that we are stalling a little bit at the moment. Promotional material? I don't know what you mean. V, we found out we can actually watch streams on here. I don't know if you saw that earlier or not. Wait, I'm a frame missing somewhere. We found out we can actually watch streams on here, though. Let me find a large-ish wall. Oh, actually, no, we'll just use the TV. That'll be the easiest way. Yeah, we can actually watch streams on here. Hold on. Let's do that. We'll give us a commercial break first. I like the fact that it doesn't show us the commercials. It's kind of like almost like it's got built-in ad blockers. I like the fact that it doesn't. There it goes. No, show us the commercials. There we go. We can actually watch streams on our within our thing. I think it was Freefall that showed me this. It's so cool. Yep. It's a little bit freaky, isn't it? There we go. We're gonna watch. Let's just sit and watch JJ playing GTNH. There we go. I think we are gonna go and see. We're gonna go. We're gonna get in the stream here, and let's actually put the stream on that we're gonna be going to. I think we raided JJ the other day. We had the stream on earlier. I don't know how much longer he's going to be going on for, but let's go and see Ren. He is currently playing FTB Skies 2, a pack that I will probably be starting on Friday. We're going to go back to doing the more chilled out Friday streams and possible weekend ones as well. And we're going to do that with FTB Skies, I think, to start with. So we'll get that started on Friday. Tomorrow, though, we will be back to this. Yeah, the fluorine setup. What else did we say we were going to do? Oh, you know what we didn't fit in the EBF place? Foliage. We didn't get any leaves or anything like that in there. That needs to be fixed. Anyway, right. Yeah, there's a bunch of little bits and pieces we can do tomorrow. I think we might try and get the little central column under here made. Because basically this thing is going to get extended down under the ground. And I think we're going to do the same thing we did with these bits. And we're going to use the copy paste gadget. which might mean having to go into creative in order to not run out of battery power while we're doing it. But we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. But I would like to get to an Aquila reactor soon, which we need the fusion reactors for in order to be able to make europium and a bunch of other stuff. So that we'll get started with tomorrow. We might even do a little bit of decorating of that little gas, the gas collection area that we had. Since that's now pretty much finished, we can actually decorate that, and it shouldn't take too long either. I think if we keep things to small, like doing one small area when it's finished, I think the building will be, the detail bits will be a lot more manageable. Anyway, let's go and see Ren. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I massively appreciate it. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you for the follows, the raids, all of those things. It is massively appreciated. Need food. Hoping everyone else has a good rest of their day/night. I hope you do as well. I hope you find nice foods. Anyway, as far as the raid is concerned, all I need you guys to do is copy the raid message that the bot is posting now, the /me #Java raid. Copy that. Once we get over to Ren's, paste that into the chat there, along with any heart emoji you have available. They don't need to be mine. Just show him a little bit of love. He is an awesome guy. And yeah. I hope you all have an amazing rest of your day. Take care of yourselves. I'll see you all soon.